risk there for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and plus, my wife's going to come in. She's going to be like,
Yeah.
oh, I see you hired. Who's this person? She's going to start asking
Ooh.
questions.
Do you have a wife that will ask? Is your wife the type of, and respectfully, is your wife the type?
Come on now. I'm about to hop on my PJ, and I got 99 problems, and the media ain't one. Come on now. I'm about to hop on my PJ.
You throw the football. That was the game plan. Those are my one-on-one game outside. They got a couple big plays, but...
Yeah, but you know what? If it was holding, it doesn't matter.
That's right.
And
a big third down for the Seattle defense. And Cam Newton doesn't like what he sees.
Well, it's the second time I think they've waited so long trying to take time off the clock. But by the time they get the play and they get up to the line of scrimmage, there's only 3 seconds left.
But I don't know. It's not fun.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Oh, he was a fruity. Hey.
Did you tell Von Miller Happy Father's Day?
Stop playing now.
What happened in the Super Bowl? What happened in the Super Bowl? Damn. What you say? What you say?
You're a free agent. You about to be pulled. I'm rich. You about to be pulled. I'm rich. You about to be pulled. I'm rich. You're a free agent. You're a free agent. I'm rich. He's still free agent.
Where's your daddy at? Let me talk to your dad. Let me talk to your dad. Where's your dad?
You're a free agent.
Where's your dad?
You're a free agent. You're a free agent. You ass.
Talk to. Let me. Where's your dad? Where's your pop? Where's the
If you want some attention, I'm gonna give you some attention. The right way, bro. The right way. When do y'all play?
We play tomorrow.
What was y'all record today then?
1-2. No, 2-1.
What did you do? No, I wasn't able to see because y'all was too.
Cameras on me.
All right, bro. What did he do, man? Does he play?
He got speed.
He got speed.
No, he's letting him speed.
Oh.
You're going to see.
Huh?
You're going to see.
Nah, you ain't, don't act shy, nah, bro. Don't act shy. I'm asking. I couldn't see today.
You're going to watch YouTube.
Struggling, be by yourself. Don't bring any other people into this fucking world. That cussing thing should have came on right when I said fucking, but don't bring anybody into this world.
Temporary legal status to nearly 500,000 Venezuelan migrants who are already in this country. Now, this could be life-changing for those families looking to work and make money here legally. The move comes as the number of border crossings returns to near record levels.
Hernandez and Carlos Mota and their 2 small children. It took them 2 months to make the more than 3,000-mile trek from Venezuela to Texas.
There
is work, but you can't make ends meet.
As first reported by CBS News, the Biden administration is granting temporary legal status to more than 470,000 Venezuelan migrants already in the U.S. The move promises to speed up their approvals for work permits that could potentially ease the pressure on states to provide services such as housing to tens of thousands of migrants.
news out of Athens tonight. That's where the district attorney, Deborah Gonzalez, just in the past hour, has brought in a prosecutor who she describes as a top trial attorney to head up the task force to prosecute the murder of Laken Riley. Attorney Sheila Ross comes from the prosecuting attorney's council.
We got the best nightclub in all Mexico. See, amigo, oh, this is a fun place. Look how everybody jump around. Maybe somebody should put jumping beans in the tequila.
Jose Ibarra and his wife entered the U.S. near El Paso in September 2022. After being arrested and released, they went to New York. At that time, immigration attorney Pamela Peinado says Venezuelans had special protective status in the U.S.
It could be political unrest. It could be a national disaster, etc. But we're basically allowing these individuals to stay here for a temporary amount of time because it's unsafe to send them back to their home country.
But in an interview with the New York Post, Ibarra's wife says that before their immigration hearing, Jose was arrested for riding a moped with their 5-year-old son while doing food deliveries. Neither were wearing a helmet. At that point, ICE could have taken Jose into custody, but it says he was released before that could happen.
Buenas noches, amigos. Hasta la vista. Buenas noches, Speedy. We had fun.
Sí, we will be back mañana. Hasta luego.
We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense. You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America on the white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing.
What's going on with you guys? Salute. Thank you once again, Portia, for that beautiful intro. Great job. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Guys, salute to you all, guys. Get the likes up. Got a great show for today. Today is going to be a very political day today, sort of like the other day. Winsome Sears, she's the Winsome Sears. She's the lieutenant governor of Virginia. She was presiding over their state senate over a bill, and it was a transgendered, obviously Democrat senator, and she was doing 50 things at once, and she said, "Okay, sir," and then the guy in the dress walked out. I thought that was absolutely funny. I'm gonna definitely talk about that in length today. And I'm also going to discuss what was I going to talk about today? Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, the main topic. Why do Democrats prefer to protest over a dope fiend rather than march for Laken Riley? And Laken Riley was a nursing student who was on a jog, and she was because of YouTube, we have to be very careful. She was unalived by an illegal So we're going to talk about that at length. And also, I dropped the link early only for atheists and agnostics. If you are an atheist or if you are an agnostic or atheist, please call in. I would love to talk to you during my monologue. I would love to do a Q&A because I have a lot of thoughts about, the universe and our existential nature within the universe. And I'm always curious to understand other people's points of view, and not just for me, but for the crowd itself. Other than that, salute to you all, man. Positivity is coming your way. It was a great live stream yesterday. I don't want to entirely blame Linwood for the show not being on members only. It's just that when you mention that C word and those two numbers after, YouTube has a problem with that, regardless of what you say. So, they are dinging channels because of that. They're dinging channels because of that. Guys, I'm very appreciative of the fact that you watch me while you are at work, while you are going about your day. Thank you guys so much. I'm really appreciative of that. Speaking of appreciation, I don't appreciate Ivan and what he said yesterday. He calls in, he's very, very colorist. He makes little dark skinned jokes, about dark skinned people, calling people blackies, especially me. And, that's not what I wanted to talk about in terms of not appreciating. I don't appreciate the fact that he said this is not a type of radio show. This is not a type of radio show. And I would love for him to call in later today because I really want to go into his hating. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. We have a lot of people in the chat, man. Salute to you all, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Who do we have in the chat? We have Mama Carol, Super Saiyan Jim. We have Roller Skater Texas Girl. We have EAE. We have Sir. We have Acadia. What's up, Nina? Salute to you. We have Infinity. We have Don Terrius. We have Bobby Perkins. We have Mike from Boston. We have Self-Taught. Salute to you, man. What's up, Bob? Salute. So first and foremost, I would like to admit that I was wrong yesterday. I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong yesterday. I incorrectly assumed that Cam Newton was jumped by a group of teenage boys, black boys, and I was wrong. I was wrong. And for 7 hours, we pretty much we're going in on the black community, et cetera, et cetera. And one thing I do have to commend Ivan for is coming in with facts that he presented well. I did my due diligence yesterday and looked it up. And then this morning, it was verified through a radio show where the two coaches pretty much sent out an apology. And they basically were saying that the going back and forth was ongoing, but it was in a competitive way. It was in a competitive way. So bringing or introducing the whole it's a black problem, et cetera, et cetera. I was wrong. And truth be told, well, you know what? I'm not going to speak for everybody else. I'm not going to speak for everybody else. What's up, Wolfpack? Salute to you, man. I'm not going to speak for everybody else. I'm just going to speak for myself, man. I made a mistake. Every now and then the Negro Whisperer can be off, and I was off. I was off by a long shot. This was a fight between men. It just so happens that Cam Newton is a very big man. So when we saw the video, we incorrectly assumed it was teenagers jumping him, and it wasn't. What happened was, and it was verified, Cam did grab one of the coaches, and Cam's a big guy. So Cam, he grabbed one of the guys thinking that, hey, man, just chill out. And then the other guy said, listen, that was my brother. And what do you do, man, if somebody's attacking one of your family members, which I can agree to. So that's what happened. It wasn't a big, the community and all this. It wasn't any kids involved in the fight. It was just coaches. And I made a mistake. And, but nevertheless, no, Mike from Boston, that is what happened, man. They had the coaches were coaching a previous team that Cam was over. And, Cam was just going back and forth with them, for days, they said. And then, the guy said that, listen, you guys didn't hear everything that was being said by Cam. You only saw the aftermath. And one of the guys approached Cam. And, that's when Cam grabbed one of the guys. And so that's what we got. That's what we have from here. All right, guys, give me a second here. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Other than that, man, let me see who's in the building. What's up, crazy chick? Sheena, salute. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Yeah, but I want, for the first hour, if I may, I want atheists to call in. I want agnostics. If you are an agnostic, please call in. And I would love to have a discussion. I will have to admit this, and I know a lot of people don't like some of the things that I say, but I would rather walk down the street with an atheist walking behind me at 3:00 in the morning. Now, I don't know why I would, be walking, or why am I walking at 3 a.m. somewhere? But if I had the choice, I would rather have an atheist. Not gonna lie to you. When I, worked in probation, and when we had to go into the jails, you can, look someone's, we call it a jacket. You can look someone's jacket up easily on the computer, and most people identified as either Christian or Muslim. And people who were Christian and people who were Muslim, they committed some of the most, horrible acts. I never saw an atheist. I never saw somebody identify as agnostic. Never. And, when you look at society, and then when you look at the movers and shakers, and I'm talking about in the tech industry, why are they non-religious? We have to ask ourselves these questions. A lot of you conservatives are Bible thumpers. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, do you? A lot of conservatives are, a lot of conservatives live in the Bible Belt. But why are atheists peaceful? To be honest with you, why are, the leaders in the tech industry? Let's look at Mark Zuckerberg, or I think who else? I think if I'm not mistaken, Steve Jobs was either agnostic or atheist. So I know it's something that is uncomfortable to people, but I believe I think it's something for discussion. Courtney says pretend Christian, CT. Well, I don't think that people are pretending to be Christians, Courtney. I just think that, and I'm going to be honest with you, you can say you are a Christian, but do you really live that life? And what I'm saying is, are you the walking embodiment of Christ, right? So are you the walking embodiment of Christ? So you may ask, well, what are you getting at, chaotic? What are you talking about? Well, the question is that when people see you, do they see Jesus when they see you? See, that's when I was growing up, I may be I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. But when I was a kid, man, I used to read a lot, and I used to, dibble and dabble in a lot of reading of the Bible, not just for spiritual purposes, but for deep understandings of our existential nature within the universe. And then, all of my friends and their parents and neighbors, and I would look at people after reading, and I say, they're good people, but they're not really living a lot of them are Christian, right? But I didn't see Christ in these people, and a lot of people I knew growing up, and a lot of people now, people who say that they are Christian, man, they are quick to violence, quick to anger, quick to jealousy, quick to envy, quick to gossip or gossiping, things that Christ wouldn't do. So when I see our society, I have to really question it. I have to question a lot. And again, it's nothing wrong with asking questions, even if you are a Christian. It's nothing wrong with that. And it goes back to Vivek, right? Let me see. Sam says many people are indeed pretend Christians and Muslims. Oh, yeah. Back to the whole thing about pretending. Yeah, I don't know I don't want to say pretend. I just think that a lot of people are D students in Christianity, and a lot of people are D students in Islam. And I really believe it takes a lot to actually become Christ-like. And that's the whole purpose of Christianity, is to become Christ-like, if you really sit back and think about it. So the thing is that, are you really willing to give up your earthly possessions? Are you really willing to evangelize, or what is it? I think it's, hope Jenny's watching. Is it evangelize? Are you really willing to go door to door, boots on the ground, and evangelize? One thing I could say about the high school that I went to was a really good high school, but there was a separation of students, right? The Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, I don't know anything about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, some people will say, Jenny, will say that they are not Christian, that they're going to go to hell. I don't know. But what I do know is this: a lot of those J-dubs, man, they were beautiful students. And I mean, their aura, the way that they carried themselves, the way that they spoke, they always spoke about God and Jesus, or I think is it just God in the Jehovah's Witness? I don't remember exactly. But all I know is that they were the walking embodiment. Whereas the other students who claim to be Christian, claim to be Muslim, we were all sleeping around, touching each other in class, grabbing on the girl booties, but we're supposed to be Christian. So a lot of those J-dubs, they didn't participate in a lot of that debauchery that we were doing, to be completely honest with you. And that's the big thing. A lot of Christians today have tattoos. Would Jesus have had a tattoo? Nah, man. So you got to really sit back and think about it, man. You got to really sit back and think, man. Nina says you're going to hell. Quote, Jenny. Yeah, she is. I mean, not she is, but that's what Jenny would say. Let me see. Rocco says, Jesus said to sell all your possessions and follow him. Are y'all so-called Christians ready to do that? I don't think so. I don't think that they are, Rocco. I don't think that they're ready. I don't think that humanity or Christians are really, truly ready to be Christ-like. And what did Christ teach? Just a message of peace. Christians are, I'm telling you, man, get it. Who do you think are getting into these traffic arguments? Who do you think are getting, who do you think are gunning each other down and robbing each other and sleeping with each other's wives or spouses? These are Christians. These people are Christians doing it. How many times do we hear about pastors in churches sleeping with the congregation, the women, hopefully? How many times do we hear about a father stepping out and, doing whatever? Christian. Think about it, man. How many times do we hear about people, scamming and stealing from a place of employment, but they go to church on Sunday? They tell you about Jesus in a heartbeat. Think about it, man. Think about hypocrisy, man. Think about a person like Al Sharpton. Now, I don't like his politics, and we all know that. We all don't like his politics that are listening. I mean, that's people who are conservatives, but think about a hypocrite like Al Sharpton, a man who is he's selling you, racism, but he live around white folk. But let me ask you this: would Jesus have done that? Would he have been a hypocrite like that? Nah, man. Nah. So if you are an atheist, if you are an agnostic, man, please call in, because I am truthful about a lot of things, man. And the thing is that Fannie Willis, that's another good one. Fannie Willis, she's another one. She was up in the church. The church allowed her in there. She's not even ladylike in this situation, but the church let her up in there and is making a mockery of the institution itself. You can come to Christ, but you can't remain in your filth around him. They had her on the pool in the pulpit. That was absolutely insane. So, the thing I say is this, man. Going back to Vivek, when I look at a person like Vivek, I know a lot of, oh, he's a Hindu. We can't vote for him, man. I can't vote for no Hindu. But why not? Why not? What do these people? What do the Hindus do? I'm sorry. What are the Christians doing so better that you can't vote for a Hindu? Think about it. Just sit back and really think about it for a minute. And the fact of the matter is that maybe it would be a good thing to have a person who's a Hindu in office, to be honest with you. Somebody who has a different viewpoint. But yeah, let's talk about it, man. I want some atheists to call in early, man. Plaid says you are delusional if you think you can be like Christ. And that's the problem. That is the problem. That is your limited mind, Plasmordial. Who's to say that you can't be like Christ? According to Christianity, aren't you a child of God? Didn't God create you? Doesn't that mean that you can become like your father? But see, that's the thing, and you hear this all the time, man, especially from, I don't know what this guy is, but you're limiting yourself because you want to remain in a sinful, or you want to remain in a primitive paradigm or a personal paradigm. That's why you're saying nobody can be like Christ. Why not? It's just that you don't want to. You don't want to give up your worldly possessions. You don't want to love your neighbor and be at peace and harmony. You don't want to give up your demons. Maybe it's masturbation to porn. You don't want to do that. Well, I can't be, I can't be like Christ. So that's why, and I really feel like what a lot of Christians do is they use this excuse. And then they use the excuse of, well, I could just pray for forgiveness. Okay, I killed somebody. Pow, I could pray for forgiveness. Okay, I just robbed somebody. Okay, I could just pray for forgiveness. Oh, I just kidnapped somebody. Oh, I could pray for forgiveness. Oh, I just stole from my a banana out the employee refrigerator, but I know who it is, and I'm gonna spite that person. But I could just pray for forgiveness. That's what I see with a lot of Christians, man. To be completely honest with you. And I have to say this, man. Some of the I mean, a lot of atheists, a lot of agnostic, they're super intelligent, and a lot of times they are actually peaceful. They are peaceful. Think about, and we can use an atheist. I don't know. Let's use. I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson anymore. But I would rather be around Neil deGrasse Tyson than Joy Reid. I would rather be around Neil deGrasse Tyson than Al Sharpton. I would rather be around Neil deGrasse Tyson than a lot of Christians, man, to be completely honest with you. And that's, I know a lot of people, man, oh, man, why you going in on Christ today? I'm not going in on anything today. I'm just asking questions, man. Just asking questions. There's nothing wrong with that. That is the childlike spirit that I have, always asking. Up with BM says, what CT you gave up on your boy? Yeah, I hate his politics. I think that he's a shill. I think he's a shill. American Millennial says, Christ didn't say to be poor. He told one specific person who put all his energy into worldly possessions to give up their worldliness to follow him. The moral of the story is not to love the world. See, and how convenient, American Millennial, that you can say that. How convenient. How convenient to manufacture and spin the teachings of Christ and the Christ character to fit your narrative. And that's what I'm saying, man. This whole thing about Christianity, it's it's really a lot of people who you are D students. A lot of people are D students. Just ask yourself, right, American Millennial. Okay, let's assume that you are correct. But have you really ever met people in your life that when you saw them, you saw Jesus? Seriously. Have you met a lot of people that you can count on your finger and say, man, I saw that person, I see Jesus in that person. Roller Skater Texas Girl says, I'm never going to be a perfect Christian, but I want to be. I fail daily, but I will never give up wanting to be worthy of what God has given. Today's a new day. EAE says, Neil is cool. He's just he's in too big of a position to piss off certain folks. No one wants to end up like Kanye. And yes, you will be correct. Jay Boogie says, Jesus proved human beings are capable of being fallible, followers of God's law. What's up, Cla? How you doing? Courtney says, Neil believes transgender women are real women. Let's get him up out of here. Humble says, believe it or not, CT, you yourself have a lot of Christ-like characteristics. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, man, I want to talk specifically to I want atheists to call in for the next, 45 minutes or maybe even an hour. LA says, I have seen Jesus. He was just chilling outside of Lowe's waiting for some sinners. Mike from Boston says, the idea of God is kind of childish. Up with BM says, that's fact, CT. Christ was the first Negro whisperer. So, yeah. But call in. I want to speak to some atheists today. I want to speak to, hold on for a second, guys. Make sure I don't hit this. I want to speak to some agnostic because here, I got to say it. Atheist and agnostic, they embrace science. A lot of these people are ushering in a new world. It wasn't the Christians who ushered in the computer age. It wasn't the Christians who are ushering in quantum computing. And it's not the Muslims. It's not. If anything, I would say Islam holds, it halts scientific progression and mathematical progression. I mean, nobody who's a Muslim can call in right now and tell me anything of significance that the Muslims have done in mathematics or science within the last couple of 100 years, because they want to live like it's the Stone Age, to be honest with you. The Christians, on the other hand, Christians are a unique bunch, but a lot of Christians are Bible thumpers, man. A lot of Christians don't, if you are out here and you believe that, with all the scientific data, all of the, the experts, who give, the estimates on how old the age of the universe, and you still are out here talking about the earth is 4,000 years old, then that leads me to believe that you don't want to progress. You don't want humanity to progress if you believe that. You can't possibly look up at the stars and see distant stars and say that this planet is 4,000 years old. That's impossible. Forget all the carbon dating and forget all the other technological instruments that we use to determine dates. Forget all that, right? EAE says Islam is where leaders in the scientific world until Darwin shook up things and they had to pick up siding with scientific findings or their beliefs. They chose their beliefs. Beek says, so computer pioneers are super religious like David Knuth and Larry Wall. Sam says, big fact, CT. Islam destroyed the Arab world. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was Islam. I get... Yeah, he says most Buddhist monks are more Christ-like than most modern American Christians in terms of their behavior. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man. Some of the, we have a problem in this country, to be honest with you, man. We have a problem in this country. We have a problem in a lot of countries. The most religious countries, man, particularly Christian, are some of the most violent countries on earth, man. A lot of African countries, a lot South American countries that profess to be Christian. High murder rates, high rates of what is the word? Not humanitarianism, but high rates of what is that word I'm looking for? Jesus Christ, I'm not sharp today. It'll come to me. But a lot of these third world countries are very dangerous. A lot of these Eastern European countries that are religious, very dangerous, man. And these are Christian. And the Middle East, a lot of those countries are just absolutely backwards. So we have a dilemma here, man. Plas says, you think you know where you're going with this, but I can take you farther. You mean further? Okay. Wolfpack says, I've heard of a lot of people say they gave us science to oppose the word of Christ. Just what I hear people say a lot. Mama Carol says, I can say the amount of time in the written age is 6,000 years old. But see, one of the things I think what has happened in this country and with, Christian or Muslims particularly is that, you are afraid, you are afraid. That whole 4,000 or 6,000 year crap, you're afraid. And I get it. I get why you are afraid. I get it. You are afraid because it's cozy to know that the universe started like a children's story. 4,000 years ago, poof, God created you 4,000 years ago. That's comfortable. I get that. I understand when scientists say, and when the experts say that, look, man, the universe is billions of years old. See, when you say billions of years old, and you come with, the James Webb telescope and the Hubble telescope, they've taken pictures of distant galaxies from billions of light years away. That's terrifying to somebody who wants a cozy existence. I'm telling you, that is terrifying. Hell, when I'm researching, when I'm doing a little bit of astronomy, which I do occasionally, sometimes I get terrified knowing that right now there might be a civilization somewhere in the depths of the universe that may be 1,000,000 years advanced, or that may be, just starting, or there may be civilizations that have come and gone. See, when you start realizing those things, that you're not that special, it's cozy to know that, God just created me and I'm special. Well, who's to say God didn't create other beings within the universe? Or who's to say that there aren't an infinite amount of universes? See, that scares people. It's like a kid, right? He's 2 years old. Then all of a sudden his mom brings home his baby brother or sister, and he or she gets mad because a child doesn't have a concept of a larger scale. So, that's why children, they little brats, they holler and scream in the aisle. They act a fool because the universe is based on the child, everything around the child. And then one day the child gains a consciousness, and that's what happens. That's what happens. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying, man. And I believe that's at least the atheist, at least the agnostic. They question the reality. A lot of atheists, to be honest with you, may or may not, or I'm sorry, a lot of atheists may accept the idea of God. The thing about Christians and Muslims is that Christians and Muslims, they don't give any options. Somebody who, like a Vivek, who could possibly be one of the best presidents. You have a lot of Bible thumping, Bible belt Christians who won't vote for him just because he's a Hindu. But maybe there's things about Hinduism that can work. But you shut everything off. And I think that's one of the biggest faults of humanity's interpretation of Christianity, to be honest with you. Current interpretation of Christianity, to be honest with you. But see, the atheist or the agnostic, I don't know anything about Buddhism or Hinduism or any of those religions. I don't know. I could assume that they are more open-minded, but I know for a fact that the atheist and the agnostic, they are open-minded to the possibilities that can exist. And that is probably why they build certain things. They usher in different ages, to be honest with you. They are willing to accept the science. They are willing to accept the math, you know? But, you know, when you just say that the earth is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old, no. Well, that's what God said. God didn't say that. And that's another thing. So, yeah, atheist, call in, agnostic, call in. Let's see. Dontaria says, I'm a Christian. I will vote for an asshole for president if that is what is needed. The world is a tough place. Not says if you study Buddhism, you can literally figure out everything. You can literally figure everything out. You won't be motivated, but you will know pretty much everything. Amaru says, what would be terrifying is what if when we die, that's it. No more afterlife, no more dimensions, no heaven, nada, nothing. Up with BM says, CT, it's the atheists that had the country shut down following the be quiet. Let's see here, because we can't talk about that. I told you. You know, I'll tell you something else that people are afraid of. That me, you know, I'm just open-minded, period, right? And I grew up in a Christian church, and I used to get slapped, punched in my mouth, pow, you know, by Sunday school teachers, because I would ask questions. Why do we look like gorillas in the face? Why do I look like a chimpanzee in the face? Well, no, you don't, because there's no such thing as evolution. BS. Evolution. Let me see. Let me hold on for a second. Yeah, he says, CT, I'd argue that accepting new ideas and concepts and changing viewpoints when new scientific findings arise is more of a liberal thing. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, so you know, a lot of Bible thumpers, they may not accept evolution because they may find it insulting that we are indeed apes. No, that ain't true. We ain't no goddamn ape. But what if we are? What if we are apes? We, in terms of behavior, we sure as hell act like apes. When we fight each other, when we argue with each other, when we holler and scream, there's no difference between us and the chimpanzees that we see in the damn zoo or on TV in the wild. Only difference is, you know, we're wearing clothes. What if we are apes? But that scares a lot of people. I get it, man. You know, you believe that you're made in the image of God. Well, what if God is an ape? I mean, in terms of maybe that is the grandest maybe that is the grandest sentient being within the universe, the ape. What we have the same we had 5 digits. We have the opposable thumb. We have the 2 canines. And again, a lot of us even look like goddamn chimpanzees and bonobos in the face. But but a lot of people don't want to admit that because insecurities, probably because you view them as ugly, and a lot of people don't want to be ugly, even though a lot of people, and I get that. Then you say, "Oh no, God didn't make us like that." Well, what if God did? What if what if we really are made in the image of God, and God is just an advanced ape? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? You can't tell me that Shaq doesn't look like an ape. I'm sorry. Or a gorilla in the face. Maybe we are just an advanced ape. Maybe we are the best ape. Maybe the chimpanzee and the bonobo and the gorilla and the orangutan, maybe they whatever the common ancestor is, maybe their common ancestor didn't figure it out and ours did. Maybe our genome is tweaked with alien. Who knows? The universe is one magical mother effer, and it is, man, and it is. And I get it, man. I get it. I'm telling you, man. When I was a little kid, I used to, it's 9 o'clock at night, nobody's downstairs. Yeah, I used to run upstairs thinking that something was behind me, but that is a part of your biological development. Maybe children run upstairs because our distant ancestors were being chased by some wild animal. I don't know. Maybe there's a reason why, as a kid, we believe there's something under the bed. And so, even as adults, maybe we're just the same as kids. Maybe we view the universe as a monster, and that's why we say there's a firmament that protects us all. And man, trust me, I get it, man. The universe is scary. It's scary, man, to think about. It never ends. It's scary to think about that the universe or space is. It's words can't describe how enormous, and talking about in terms of scale. I mean, it's mind-boggling, crazy to think that there are gaseous planets like Jupiter that I was so freaked out when I was a kid, learning this, that I think 50,000 Earths can fit inside of Jupiter. Yeah, I was like, what? A million Earths can fit inside the sun. So when you were a kid and you start thinking like, man, that is crazy. It's terrifying to the primitive brain. Let me read the super chat. Lawrence says, CT, I do not think you look like an ape. To me, you look like Sonic the Hedgehog. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I get it. Man. There's nothing wrong with being a Christian. But what I say is never stop asking questions because you are one. There's nothing wrong with being a Muslim. Well, to a degree. But don't stop asking questions, man, because when you limit yourself, I'm telling you, man, you start going crazy. There are people who believe that there is no space. That's all an illusion. Even though I can see constellations, I can see stars. And I get it, man. You want the world, you want that comfort. Trust me, I get it, man. I remember being a kid and always wanted to be around my parents. Always, when you're like 4 and 5, you're scared of the reality around you when you become conscious. And then you're holding on to their leg when you're out. Yeah, I get that. And that's what I ain't gonna lie to you. That's what a lot of Christians are doing now. You're metaphorically holding on to the leg of God. And what it really is that you are afraid. You are afraid. You're afraid to ask questions. You're afraid to You're afraid that maybe you're just not that special, to be honest with you. To be completely honest with you, you know? That's why the whole idea of aliens used to scare the shit out of people. I mean, our world is so messed up now. Hey man, a fleet of 10-foot green tall aliens could land in the White House. We wouldn't even care because all the crap that we have going on now. But the whole idea of aliens, it terrifies people to the point where Christians will say, "Well, those are demons." No, they're not. Maybe they come from a distant star system and they have a civilization like this one, or obviously one that's far more superior. But I get it, man. I get it even with whites. You know, a lot of whites. You know, this isn't really talked about a lot, but you know, lately I've been calling out the whites. A lot of whites want to feel special, and so a lot of white Bible thumpers, man, they're real Bible thumpers because they don't want. They don't want. Think about this, right? To a lot of whites, you know, you grow up in this country, you know, you're told that you're special, man. You know, through the media, your parents, maybe. Then somebody comes along and says, you know, like a Carl Sagan, somebody comes along and says, "Hey, man, the universe may have millions and millions and millions of advanced civilizations." I mean, can you imagine how terrifying that is to a white person? To your average run of the mill white, it kills the whole notion that you are important as a white guy. That hey, the universe may be teeming with life. You know, I mean, beings or alien beings that are, you know, I can't even describe. I wouldn't know how they look. You know, there may be beings within the universe that are, you know, 11 feet tall and they're green. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying, man. It's terrifying. I'm telling you. And so that's why I wanted atheists or agnostic to call in. Because at least with an atheist or an agnostic, they will ask questions. You know, but a lot of non-atheists, man, they don't ask no questions. And it's just, I get it, man. You're terrified. You know, it's like when when you're a kid and or some even adults, you know, you wrap yourself up in your little cocoon and your little blanket, and you just feel comfortable. You don't want to move. You don't want to go outside or something. And a lot of you guys have done that. The whole idea of the firmament, that's just you wrapping yourself up in a blanket of comfort. That's all what that is. You don't want to believe that the universe, that you don't want to believe. You don't want to believe because you're afraid. And at one time, people were afraid to cross the seas. You know, they would make stories like monsters in the seas. You know, you should check it out. You should check it out. And people really did that before. People really did that. You know, they made stories. You know, there's monsters in the seas. You don't want to go over to no. And we know black people are a scary bunch. You know, we're scared. We're scared of our own shadows sometimes. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. You know. King Shenard, are you I really want atheist or agnostic. I know you're not Christian, but I'm gonna try this out with you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm I believe in voodoo.
Okay.
You know, most of these Christians in your chat, they don't look at it as a religion.
It's
some
not.
What did you say?
Voodoo is not a religion, sir.
They come from Nigeria.
Okay, get to the point, sir. Okay, go ahead. I'm
You
gonna let this one rock out.
said,
I'm gonna let this one rock out. Go ahead.
yeah, all right.
Go ahead, sir.
So, are you an atheist or an agnostic? What are you?
I'm a student of the universe, sir, and I am an institutional. I believe in the institution of Christianity.
First of all, let me say peace to the chat.
Yeah.
Corny, Lawrence, Rocco, peace to all of y'all. Peace to you, Chaotic. So you say you are a student of the universe. I'm gonna assume you're agnostic.
No, sir. You're not listening. I'm a student of the universe, and I am an institutional Christian, sir. I believe in the Christian church.
So you're a Christian?
Sure.
Sure.
Yes.
I don't think you're a Christian.
Okay, so this isn't about me right now. This is about really atheism or agnosticism, or being an agnostic and about the universe. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, I think Christians are some of the most messed up people on this planet.
And why do you believe that?
It's pretty evident. Just the type of people that you have come up on these panels, or the people that are in the chat. I know it may sound like, I don't know. It's not a good religion, bro.
Why? Why do you believe that?
I mean, you were saying it earlier. What did you say about Christians? You said you used to work in probation.
Yeah.
And most of your prisoners, those that were locked up, they put Christianity as their religion.
Yeah, a lot of yeah. They're yeah.
Yeah, just a lot of Christians, man. A lot of them are just they believe in this whole idea that they could pray their sins away.
Yeah, I spoke about that.
Or they could go to church on Sunday, and then the rest of the week they can just, be, practice against what they believe in. There's a lot of messed up people, a lot of messed up Christians.
You're saying something, but what are you saying? What are you saying? Saying?
Yeah. Christianity has done nothing for Black people.
Okay, I don't really want to talk about Black people, but Christianity has done a lot. You're absolutely wrong about that. Hospitals, schools, philanthropic organizations, humanitarian aid. Christianity actually, as an institution, does great deeds on this planet 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay, so you believe that. So what is your point?
Not even just a belief, it's a fact. It's
not a fact.
No, sir, it's a fact, sir. Even the fact that Christianity, for the most part, even the fact that it bought man out of stupidity, not
are you serious?
All of man, hear me out. But the fact that schools were created by clerics to teach men how to be literate. The fact that
there were schools and universities before the whole.
But we're talking about. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Christian movement was even gained traction. For Christianity was as big as it was today, as it is today.
Go ahead.
Some of the oldest universities, are in Africa.
Okay, sir. All right, go ahead, man. Just forget it. Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead. Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
I want you to ask me questions because I'm like I said, I'm not an atheist. I'm not an agnostic. I believe in voodoo.
So so let's talk about it then. Okay, let's talk about it. Right. So I'm not really familiar with voodoo, other than other than the cartoon and movie versions that I get, and obviously those may actually be wrong, but I just think it's like you get a doll and you beat on some drums, and then prick the doll for people you don't like. Now again, that's what I've seen on TV. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but do you believe voodoo created the universe? Do you believe that? Okay, so how does that work with voodoo? Like you have a deity? You have a deity? You have a deity?
Yeah, I mean, I know you know that.
What's the name of the deity?
Well, it depends on what
Mm-hmm.
what ethnic group you are a part of. Like, if you want to talk about Nigeria, where you're from, you said you're Yoruba, right?
What
So you guys refer to your god as like Olu?
Olu, Obatala, Orumala.
The Adors, where I'm from, where my people.
Okay, so you believe that voodoo? You believe that?
Call
You,
it or go ahead.
no. Okay, so what's the name of the deity of your land?
No, what's the name of the deity of your land?
Jesus, sir. Jesus.
Jesus. Are you serious?
Yeah, you just said what's the name? Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you, it's Jesus, sir.
And this is the
No, but bro, hold on. We're trying to get a better understanding of individuals who are not Christian or Muslim or any other the major religions, right? So you being a person who practices voodoo or voodoo, can you explain the creation story from your perspective?
So in Edo, the Most High is referred to as Osanobuwa.
Okay.
Did you hear me? Osanobuwa. So what is Yoruba? What do they call?
Okay, again, Shinar, you're not here to interview me. I'm here to talk to you. I'm the
You
host.
just said it. You just said it.
I am here to talk to you. I'm
So
here.
Your God is
I'm here.
Sorry, your God is Jesus.
Okay. How you say that you practice voodoo or voodoo? Okay. What is your creation story to the universe? I would like to get a better understanding.
What is the Christian creation story? I mean, it's like you're trying to bring science into this.
I am not trying to bring science into it, sir.
You believe in like some sort of like Big Bang happened or some shit like
I am
that?
simply
What is
asking
the Christian
a
creation story?
question to you because you said that you practice voodoo. So can you explain to me in the audience how voodoo works?
Do
It's
you
not an argument.
practice Christianity? Keyword practice.
Okay, again, sir. Again.
Don't insult me.
Again, sir. This conversation is about people who are not a part of the major religions, i.e., Christianity and Islam. This is the opportunity for you to explain what you believe in so that people like myself and people in the audience can get a better understanding. And you keep asking me about Christianity. I'm asking you about voodoo, sir. Voodoo. Go ahead.
I mean, when you say creation story, I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You practice voodoo. You believe that voodoo is a spiritual, you believe it's spiritual, correct? Yes. Yes.
It's a religion.
Okay, it's a religion. Okay. Do you contribute your existence, your physical existence to voodoo?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Also, how or what is your theory, or did your deity create the entire universe?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all I wanted to know. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to know, what is the Christian creation story?
Sir, the Christian creation story more than likely is presented as an allegory for the people who really for the masses of people to comprehend a creation, right? We don't exactly know what truly happened. But what I'm saying is that it's good to just ask questions, okay? That's all I was saying. Okay.
So do you believe in like that Big Bang theory?
I do not, sir. I do not. Brave, are you a non-Christian, Brave? It was just Put it in a private chat because this is really just for non-Christian or non-Muslims, real quick. Okay, what did you ask me, Shanard? What did you ask me?
No, I said you said no. If you believe in the Big Bang Theory,
I believe that there is a possibility that our specific. Oh, he's agnostic. I had no idea, Brave. I believe that our specific universe, which may be one of many or infinite amount of universes, because I definitely accept the notion that we could be in a multiverse, or there could be a multiverse. I believe that the Big Bang is a very likely possibility. Now, whether the Big Bang was through what you perceive as a god or some sort of, cosmic natural occurrence, I don't know. All I know is that there are so many possibilities, so many mysteries to our existence in the universe that it is quite plausible. It's plausible. It's plausible that voodoo and what's your deity again, sir?
Osa Nobuwa.
Osa Nobuwa created the universe. It's very likely. It's very. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I just want to say peace, be brave. I'm glad you're back.
Shanari, did your deity Osa? You said Osa Nobuwa. Did Osa Nobuwa
pronounce it the way you know how to pronounce it?
I don't know how to pronounce it that way, and I apologize if I come off as being a little.
Listen, nobody said that you are pretending, but you know how to pronounce it.
Dude, listen, shut up, man. Okay, now your deity created the entire universe, so he created all human beings, correct?
Yes.
But he made is the African special, or did other groups of people break away from voodoo?
Yeah, you can say that.
We're talking.
Voodoo is lots of ancient civilizations in Africa. They believed in if you study religions, you can see that Christianity and Islam and Judaism, they all came from,
okay,
my opinion, voodoo.
Okay.
And you can kind of see this. I mean, to be more specific, what the ancient Egyptians believed in as far as Christianity. And then you have all the others that branched off of it.
Okay.
And when it comes to voodoo and ancient Egyptian religion, there are so many similarities as far as like the deities, because it's a polytheistic religion. It's multiple.
Polytheistic. Okay.
Right. So there's so many similarities.
Okay.
So yeah.
Your belief system. Did your deity create life elsewhere in the universe? Elsewhere?
I don't know that.
Okay.
We don't know that.
Okay, so I know you don't know that, but do you think that your deity created life elsewhere in the universe?
Doesn't matter what I think.
Okay.
You can say that voodoo is practical. I don't like the word practice, but voodoo is prevalent in some other planet, distant planet somewhere in the universe.
Can I ask you a question? Okay. Why did your deity create the brown man with wool hair or kinky hair like you or I? Why did he create the brown man special in his image? Because that's what you believe, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't get what you. So you're trying to say that? What are you really trying to say?
I'm just asking questions, sir. I'm asking questions, sir. I don't know anything about your religion. I don't know anything about your belief system, and I'm attempting to be a student here.
Why are there different people of different skin tones and?
No, it would appear in voodoo or voodoo. Voodoo is exclusively a black or an African religion. So it appears to me that this religion is tailor made for the African, which
Well,
leads
what is an African? What is a black person? Is a
me
black
or
person
you,
someone with,
me and you, me and
yeah,
you.
someone with like woolly hair or
Yeah,
dark skin, but
yeah.
there are Africans with lighter skin.
Well, those people
And
are Johnny come latelys. You and I both know that. You and I both
no,
know.
no, no.
Even
That's
they
not,
tell you that the Berbers,
no, I'm not
the
talking about the invaders. I'm talking about. I mean, you've been to Nigeria? I'm assuming, right?
yes, sir. But
Okay.
there,
Well,
but those.
you know that we come in different skin tones. You know,
Okay, go ahead. I'm
there are
listening to
some
you.
that do bleach their skin, but it's a small percentage. But in general, we come in all different skin tones, from the darkest of dark, from as light as someone like Beyonce. And it's all throughout Africa. I mean, in
Do you
Southern Africa,
believe that? Okay. Do you believe that your religion is paramount to Christianity?
yeah. What do you mean? Like more, like greater than it, or is
Yeah. Do you believe it's greater than Christianity or Islam?
that's not even a question?
Okay. Okay.
You know, those Christianity and Islam came from voodoo.
It did. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm unaware of that. Okay. Okay.
I mean, if you look at what the ancient Egyptians believed in, you know, I mean, it's just so many things that they ripped off from it. You know, even the Christian cross. Do you know what that resembles?
I do not.
Okay. You're
Oh,
the
so can you put in the private chat what you are? I really just want atheist or agnostic to call in. Can you just put in the private chat what you are? Go ahead, Shanard. Go ahead.
yeah. So you don't know.
No, I don't know, sir. That is why I am asking you.
And you say you're a Christian, right?
Again, sir, I am a follower of Christ.
Yeah. So the Christian cross, it resembles the ancient Egyptian Ankh.
Okay. Yep, the Ankh. Yep. Okay. Okay.
Right. And you know, I forgot what God represents Jesus.
It was it Ra?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think it was Ra. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
And then you have because so Christianity in itself, I believe it's rooted. I mean, what do you think Christianity came from? What do you think it came from?
I actually believe, sir, that there was an extremely intelligent human being that was far more intelligent than the people around him. And I believe that this individual may or may not have been an extraterrestrial being with an advanced understanding of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. He certainly was able to defy the laws of physics. Now, I don't know whether
I'm talking about land.
No, Shanar, you asked me a question, sir. Now I'm giving you my answer. What do you want me to do? You want me to talk, or you want me to listen? You know, what do you want me to do, man? May I finish, or you? Okay.
My bad.
So what I truly believe is that there was a human being that we refer to now as Jesus, who was an extremely intelligent human being. Definitely for those times, you know. And he probably saw people around him who were, you know, absolutely violent, absolutely ignorant. You know, these are primitive people. I mean, look at how violent and ignorant we are in 2024. Can you imagine how people were 4,000 or 5,000 years ago? And so he probably wanted to correct his surroundings and bring some sort of law and order, justice, etc. And peace, if you think about it, if you think about peace, you think about you can correct a lot of things if you're just peaceful to one another. Something as simple as that. If I don't argue with my neighbor, I won't end up killing my neighbor. If I'm just peaceful. I mean, are we really fighting over the length of his gate? Okay. You know, am I really going to kill my neighbor because his gate is 1 inch it comes 1 inch on my property. Are we that petty? Are we that primitive? And maybe Jesus saw things like that and said, hey, be like the Father. Be like the Father. Now, again, the Father is complex in itself. We refer to the Father as God, but maybe the whole idea is to be perfect. The Father's perfect, be like the Creator.
And where did this Jesus come from?
You didn't hear me?
No, where do you think he came from?
Hold on for a second. Oh, so what are you, bro? Oh, so I can hear it.
I'm how you doing, CT? I'm agnostic, searching for the
thank
truth.
You said, where did Jesus come from, Shinar? I have no idea where Jesus came from, right? But as a child, as a teenager, and as a man, it is very plausible to assume, sir, that Jesus was indeed a natural born human being. He was just an extremely intelligent human being. I mean, think about this. 30 years ago, when you were just a little boy, I was a little bit older, people said that Michael Jordan was God. Now imagine if imagine if something cataclysmic happened. Imagine if some sort of catastrophic event happened on Earth in the 90s. And people were building society back up. It may have taken 100 years. And you read an article about this man, Michael Jordan. And, basketball hasn't been played for over 100 years. And these stories say he could fly through the air. He could do all of this. Well, those people will say, maybe he was a god. Maybe that's the story of Jesus, man. You never know. You never know. So maybe Shinar Jesus was just a natural born human being. Or maybe he was an extraterrestrial.
All right. So when your parents used to pray, right?
Sir, you're not interviewing me, sir. Sir, you're not interviewing me.
It's not an interview. It's just
No, you're not going to ask me anything about my parents, sir. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, like, when you grew up I'm assuming you went to like a Nigerian church, right? Like an Episcopal.
This dude, listen, you're not interviewing me. What is wrong with this guy? Like, can he not listen? You're not interviewing me.
But what did you just throw?
I threw the orange juice that I was drinking. Okay, you're not interviewing me. Okay, why can't you listen?
Yo, do me a favor. I want you to tap on that little board.
Okay. Be brave. What's up, man?
Hey,
I think this is the perfect conversation. Agnostic. You are an agnostic. What led you to your belief, sir?
Long ago, I've always been appreciative of the earth and the magnificence of it and the biology of it. And also experimentation with hallucinogens. You learn that I've always said, you'll never see me ever try to talk anybody into no proselytizing, whether it's agnostics or a Christian, anything. There's no proselytizing because we don't know. And to pretend to me is kind of sad if you think in too assuredly of a manner.
Yeah.
I kind of think of it as an insult to think undignified to think what's actually going on with all of this.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm an agnostic. When I talk about using the Christian church, I just talk about it as a business because Christians do that. And I wouldn't feel guilty about doing it.
Do you think, and so you've been an agnostic for pretty much all your life then, right? Because you said that.
No. I was raised a Christian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the whole thing about violence and criminality. Why do you think agnostics commit less crimes, if any crimes?
I think agnostics and atheists understand that you are born with moral. You're born moral. You're born moral. You learn morality from a little baby. When you hurt yourself, I don't want to hurt anybody else. So you learn the golden rule is the first thing you learn in life. I mean, you do. If you think about it, it's the very first thing a toddler learns. They know what they like, so they pass on behavior that makes other people happy by doing what they know they like, so they do it to other people. And I was like, that's not complicated. Agnostics are just, I'm always saying I am an I don't knowest, and neither do youest. So would you please shut upest? Nobody proselytizes to me. I don't even want to hear it. It's just like, but it's just all too. And Christianity is as you said, Christianity is a magnificent force. It is.
Yeah,
It
without
is.
a doubt.
There's no denying it. Actually, CT, the truth be told, I say most people are agnostic and they're afraid to admit it. They really are. They're agnostic. They're going. They want to hold on to Christianity, as you say, for a safety blanket, and there's nothing wrong with that. I always tell anybody, if that's your safety blanket, you hang on to it for dear life. If Hinduism is your safety blanket, hang on to it for dear life.
Why would so I don't have any stats with me right now. I like these freestyle conversations for this purposes. Why do you feel as though per capita more atheist or agnostic are are better at science, better at math, better at getting into these technological fields? Why are agnostics and atheists into these? I can name
no religious limitations.
Okay.
The thought just goes 90 miles an hour, man. Any direction they want to take it. There's nothing in the way. Nothing. It's like they don't there's nothing in the way. Nothing hinders their exploration of the intellect or anything. Nothing. And so, I mean, they're just, I don't like the atheists that are real, militant, not militant, but just a little too assertive. It's like, I feel sorry for them more than I feel sorry for Christians. It's like, Mr. Atheist, can you look around you? None of us know. I get that. I don't know. I'm an agnostic to the bone.
Yeah.
But look around you, Mr. Atheist. This is all too magnificent. Something went down. Something went down.
Tarus, what are you real quick, by the way?
Agnostic.
Okay, hang tight for a minute. We got a lot of people on the panel. I really didn't want any Christians to call in or any Muslims to call in, but Jenny is an exception because for obvious purposes, and I'm pretty sure she believes that Brave is definitely going to go to hell. But I'm willing to bet that Brave would rather have had Carl Sagan walk behind him at 3 a.m. than Miss Christian or Jenny here.
No, I'll take Jenny. I'll take Jenny.
Okay. Yeah. And okay. Osa, what's up, man?
I'd ask her immediately. Are you married? Never mind.
I believe she.
Go ahead, Osa.
Yeah, peace, CT, peace, everybody. What's up, Be Brave, Miss Jeannie. Yeah. So to I think you asked a good question. Why do agnostics and atheists tend to be more? I don't know, what was it? Morally sound, I believe.
Open-minded, non-violent. And typically people who, and I'm not saying all Christians or Muslims are like this, but the thing with a lot of Christians is this arrogance of I know, and you can't tell me otherwise. Regardless of the science, regardless of the math, regardless of this, that, and the other, it's this arrogance of I know. And what I love about agnostic or atheist is the idea that they are childlike in terms of questioning things, not childlike in behavior, but like children. Right. Mom, Dad, why is this? Why is that? Constantly questioning. See, Jenny, 21 years old, she knows everything. 25, she knows everything, and which is an insult because she doesn't, and she knows she doesn't. But go ahead, Osa.
Right. Yeah, so I think part of that, like one of my business teachers, he actually said it this way. He said the reason why he's not religious is because religious people are only conditionally good people. They're doing good things in expecting a return on their outcome. They're expecting to go to heaven or they're trying to avoid hell. So it's conditional. So if you don't believe in God and you just decide to be a good person, it's completely on your own recognizance. And so I think that may be the case as to why you see that, because people who aren't religious or they're not following a particular regimen, they're doing it because they just want to do it. They're not doing it for any reward. They're not doing it expecting any outcome. And I think that those are the better conditions to behave. So yeah, I mean, I've chosen to be agnostic, but I was raised Christian, so I fall back on a lot of Christian principles. But I also studied the Yoruba religion. Not a practitioner, but I do study because that's where my people studied not too long ago.
Yo, also, can I ask you a question real quick?
So there, yeah, sure.
Your name, Osa. Are you a dope?
Okay, we're not
Yeah,
doing
exactly.
no, we're not doing that. We're not. You're all that. What's your no, not today, Shanard. Not today, buddy. Not today, man. Not today, man. Osa, real quick.
Osa could be my brother or distance
but please don't speak that jungle stuff. Oh, so let me ask you a question. I talked about the whole firmament, right? I talked about the firmament. And a lot of Christians, I'm talking about Bible thumpers like Jenny.
Yeah.
I really believe that they say that the firmament exists not because it's mentioned in the Bible or supposedly mentioned in the Bible. It does say something about the firmament in the Old Testament, if I'm not mistaken. But I think that they are you familiar with the firmament, Osa?
Is that the bubble on top of the flat earth?
Well, flat earth and round earth, right? So it's this thing that I guess is some sort of energy shield created by God to keep, I don't know what it is per se, and Jenny can correct me, but I guess the firmament is this energy shield that is just wrapped around the planet, and there's nothing else outside of that. And I really believe that a lot of super Christians believe this because, like when you're a kid, you feel, you would wrap yourself up in like 20 different blankets, thinking that you're protecting yourself. It's like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people did this as kids. You would wrap yourself up in a little cocoon or something. And I feel like a lot of Christians symbolically are wrapping themselves up in cocoons by saying that there's a firmament because they are absolutely terrified of the idea that there's an infinite universe, man. I mean, of planets and star systems dude, when I was a kid, when I was taught that a million Earths can fit inside the sun, I was so terrified. I said, wait a minute, what? And think about that. A million Earths. Think about when you were a kid and you got lost in the store from your mom or your dad, how terrifying that was. So I think when I was told that story, I said, I would never be found. I think that's what it was. And even right now, it gives me goosebumps to think that a million Earths can fit inside the sun. Think about how crazy that is. And mind you, our sun is one of trillions of other suns, and they found suns that are I think one sun is Canis Majoris. I think that sun is like 10,000 times the size of our star, which we call the sun. And so I think that a lot of people, like maybe Jenny, are absolutely scared of the actual scale of the universe because things are so huge. And the whole thing about the firmament is, oh, I'm just snuggled here on earth and God loves me. No, not to say that God doesn't love you. But what if God created the entire universe and infinite amounts of universes? But go ahead, Ocean. Then we gotta get to let me get to well, yeah, go ahead, Ocean. Then I want to get to everybody and then Jenny, because Jenny's the only Christian. I mean, the only Bible thumper on the
well, yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, so you're breaking up.
Yeah, to believe. I think I'm having a connectivity issues, but yeah, outside of to believe in more than the firmament and larger than would actually emphasize the glory of God, the magnificence of God. I mean, I don't know why limit it to the firmament, but yeah, that is an interesting concept. I usually only hear the firmament in regards to flat Earth, but yeah, that's interesting. I would like to hear more about that. But go ahead, guys.
Hafiz, what's up, man? You there?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everyone. I hope
now
everyone's
you are you're an atheist, correct?
If I were to categorize myself, yeah. I mean, I don't like categories, but yeah.
Why do you feel as though, and I can only assume this, but why are atheists more peaceful than the members of the major religions?
My philosophy on this has grown. I used to think exactly that. I used to be a Christopher Hitchens fan, and all religions were terrible, and I am an anti-theist, etc., etc. Unfortunately, that doesn't hold up, because if I were to examine human history, first of all, disbelievers or those who did not believe in a deity, they've always existed. It's just that they've always been in the minority, and sometimes you have to start to think about, why has it always been that the unbeliever, the disbeliever has always been a minority group? They've never really expanded. Only in the 20th century, you could say that the countries like China and Russia came through, but they didn't really have irreligious countries. They just didn't believe in the Abrahamic or the old gods. They created their own gods. They created Mao. They created Stalin. They created Kim Il-sung. So they still created some sort of deity out of a human being. They still deified people. They just didn't do it with Abraham or Jesus or someone, Yahweh. So I think God belief is a lot more ingrained in us than we think. Dogma is definitely ingrained in us. The problem is that when so I don't automatically say atheists are peaceful. They're not. They're just not been that popular. There's just not been that many of them. And when they are in their large numbers, we've seen they can be just as atrocious as other human beings. They can still murder and kill and destroy just as much as anyone else. So this concept of atheists are more peaceful is doesn't really, not if you actually look into the history of mankind, it doesn't pan out. But yes, once you let go of certain old beliefs, you can explore the reality of the universe in which we live in an objective way, or as much objectivity as you can through the scientific method, and that will allow you to expand. Because I'll give you an example. You know why the Islamic, before the 12th century, the Islamic world was at the forefront of scientific discovery. They were the ones, the most of the stars, the constellations are Roman and Greek, but the stars are Arabic.
Egypt.
No, not really. They're Arabic in the sense of they use Arabic words. Antares, Tabara, all the others they're mostly Arabic, because the Arabs were the ones who founded these stars. So there was a massive movement of scientific discourse within the Islamic world, and around 12th century. Now, although I've learned that there's other things that took place, but a guy called Al-Ghazali, and he was a mathematician himself. He, through his understanding of maths, came to the conclusion that maths was a work of the devil. And that's it. That the entire Islamic scientific discourse came to a halt from those kind of concepts that maths and science are the work of the devil, and that the devil wants you to learn these things, and they want to stray you away from God. That's what happens. They put what's his name, Galileo. They extradited him. They put him on the house arrest because he dared to suggest that maybe the earth goes around the sun, not the sun goes around the earth. So when you make such claims, it scares, like you just said, this firmament thing. People, we as human beings have a hard time putting our brains around the very large, the very long, as in time scale long. So if you're talking about billions and billions of years, our brains can't handle that. They can't conceptualize that easily. The very small, so when you're talking about the quantum realm, we again can't get our brains around it. And the very fast, so as you get closer to the speed of light, again, we can't conceptualize things like that. We find it really hard to deal with these subjects, and the universe scares the living daylights out of most of us because it is unfathomable to us. It is so big and so vast and so complicated that our brains were developed to pick fruits and hunt gazelle.
Yeah.
They were not developed to contemplate the speed of light, the quantum realm, or the vastness of the universe. So it's hard for us, for most of us. Some of us
technology come from.
Hey,
Sorry?
Snart, you got
Look. I'm not here to discuss
we're not
historical sort of things. I'm just saying that there is a reason why atheists and agnostics have always been the minority group. Because I'll be honest, I used to think we were the advanced ones. We were the ones who were thinking outside the box, and we were doing. I think we're the broken ones. We're the ones who deviate from the norm. The norm is to believe a God did it, to believe a deity made all this happen. It is the easiest answer, because when you're out in the Serengeti in the middle of the dark and you're looking up at the stars and you see the magnificence of the universe, if you're the one who stands and goes, oh, I wonder how did this all come about, that's the one who gets eaten by the lion who's waiting in the bushes to rip his ass apart. The one who goes, God did it, and then runs for the hills, he's the one who lives and has children. So the ones who lived are the ones who gave the quickest answer to the most complicated questions, and the ones who died were the ones who stood around and pontificated and philosophized over things for too long. So inherently, we have literally passed the genes of the dumbest one in our midst to the next generation.
Okay.
Hey, very quick question for Hafiz. Very quick question. Hafiz, was Islam better before Wahhabism?
No, the thing is, Wahhabism is a subset of Islam.
It's like it's a strict do something wrong and we'll kill you.
Well, Abdul Wahhab was a preacher, was a mullah.
Right. But was Islam better before that?
Well, I don't really know, because I would say Muhammad wasn't as radical as people make out he was. When you look into Muhammad and his behavior and his lifestyle, he was actually much more moderate. It was other people that made him more radical, and especially after he died, obviously, then they reinterpreted everything he did. You know the hijab. You know the story of the hijab. Muhammad didn't care about his wives having hijabs. He wasn't the one who put them in the hijab. It was Omar, the Caliph. Oh no, Uthman. Sorry, not Uthman. It was the father-in-law of the father of Aisha. Essentially, I forgot his name. I think it's Omar. He was the one who saw one of Muhammad's wives, a bigger, sort of chunkier, thicker lady, who went out into the desert and basically went to the toilet. And back then they didn't have any toilets, so she just squats in the desert. And he was the one who told Muhammad, "Oh Muhammad, look, everyone can see your wife going to the toilets. Why don't you cover your wife so no one knows who it is that's going to, taking a squat?" And he then was encouraged to put his wives into coverings and cover their faces so that no one knows and embarrasses him.
And before we get, I'm sorry, Brave. Did he answer your question, Brave? Okay.
Well, a little bit, close enough.
But what I'm saying is,
I would really like to ask him a lot, but no, stop, Hafiz. Let's get back to where CT was.
Yeah, because you can't. I just want to get around to everybody. Petty
yes.
says, any thoughts on deist, CT? No, I don't have any thoughts on deist, to be honest with you. We got Ron in the back. Ron, are you an atheist or agnostic? Just nod your head. I can't. Okay. I want to point something out real quick, Hafiz. This is according to the NCBI. 65% of scientists are or identify as agnostic or atheist. The number is pretty much the same for this is from the Pew Research. In terms of mathematicians, 50%. Why are the numbers so high in mathematics and science for this small population of people?
Because
are they smarter?
No, it's because you can't you can't give the easy God did it answer to these questions. So when you're talking about mathematics, when you're talking about the deepest science or the forefront of science, you can't just say God did it and walk away and be happy with that. A lot of people are not satisfied with God did it. God did it is a vacuous answer to any question. So you have to put down or put aside the God belief and then say, no, there is a answer here. God isn't enough. So who did it, or why it did it, or how it happened? Really, the questions the scientists ask is how it happened. They don't care about whys and whos. They're not asking who did it, because that's a presumption. You're making a presumption. They're asking, how did this phenomena happen? What happened that this thing came to be? And then they go and discover and do whatever they can, the tests, to find out.
Jenny, thank you so much, Hafiz.
Did
Jenny,
it say agnostic or atheist for the scientists? CT?
Yeah, it said both agnostic and atheist combined.
I bet you they didn't want to. I bet you it was. They all said mostly agnostic. I bet they did.
Yeah, it was actually mostly agnostic, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
But agnostic is the honest answer.
Yeah.
It's to say we don't know, and we are happy to find out.
Yep.
Jenny, you are the only Christian on the panel, and you already know what I believe about Christianity. I believe that Christianity is one of the greatest institutions known to man. However, I believe that, respectfully, you are a Bible thumper, and I believe that you are afraid of the grand scale of the universe. And I believe that, and I rock with you, Jenny, but I believe you find comfort in saying that the world is surrounded by a firmament because you're really scared of the actual scale of the universe. What say you, Jenny, about the fact that why are Christians why in the prisons the prisons aren't filled with agnostic or atheist or anything that I said or anything that Hafiz or Brave has said? What about you, ma'am?
Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. So a couple things that were said. I've had the stream on the whole time, but I was busy. So it was just playing in the background. But I caught what you said about Jesus, about how he wasn't deity, but he was just a really advanced person for that time.
Now, wait a minute. Now let's talk now, Jenny. Okay. I said that it's a possibility that he just was a man, an extremely intelligent human being at the time, far beyond the primitive primates he was living around. Or he could have indeed been an actual deity. That's why I said an extraterrestrial. Go ahead.
Okay. And to that, I would say that you are not only lowering Jesus, but you're also lowering the people around him at that time, because I don't believe that people back then were more primitive than they are now. I believe that we are primitive compared to those people, because those people created the aqueducts and the pyramids and the Sphinx and Stonehenge. And all we can do is make asphalt roads that deteriorate every other year. And so I would say that those people during Jesus' time were actually far more advanced and intellectual than we are now. They just didn't have iPhones and stuff like that. But to say that those people back then were primitive, I think that is the fake science.
Let her talk.
And talking to me on an iPhone.
Let her talk. So,
I think that.
So, Jenny, are you telling me a pile of stones, which is the pyramids? Are you telling me some statues? And I mean, I'm not gonna knock the aqueducts, but you mean to tell me the aqueducts is far a better system of sanitation than our current sanitation system? Have you ever seen our water purification and sanitation systems, ma'am? Have you ever seen how it works and operates?
By the way, the pyramids were built before Jesus and before Moses. So it wasn't Moses and Jesus that allowed them to create the pyramids.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Jenny, you bring up a good point, but I gotta check chaotic on this.
Hold on, where'd he go? Hold on a second.
Chaotic. A few months ago, you was bragging about, how come we don't do architecture like the Europeans do anymore?
Terus, I don't mind that question, and I did say that. Let Jenny finish real quick. I want to hear Jenny. Hold on. Let Jenny rock it out. Go ahead, Jenny. You want to ask me a question? Go ahead.
I was going to respond to what Hafez said, that, that just further proves my point, that the pyramids were long before Jesus and maybe even before Moses. And that was something that those people who existed back then even got to do. And so I think that, if they had discovered, because see, we're talking about a matter of just discovery. They probably didn't know about the things that we know about, and that's why they couldn't make the things that we have. And so it just takes time to find things and unearth things. But if they had cobalt and the stuff that it takes to build an iPhone, they could have probably built a way better iPhone. And so I'm just saying that I think that their minds were more capable and better than what we have, and we're just doing what we have now, just over time. We've collected more information.
So doesn't that further? Okay, well, isn't it plausible to assume, just based on what you said, that if those people were so smart, then maybe Jesus was the smartest one around them, and that's possibly why he was able to defy the laws of physics by walking on water? I mean, who's to say that you can't tap into some sort of energy to do something like that? Maybe, yeah. Let's go by your own argument. Okay, you said that those people back then, they were doing all these feats of technological innovation. Okay, well, if they were, and you just said that they were far superior to us right now, that's what you said. Well, who's to say, just based on your own argument, that Jesus wasn't 10 times smarter than those people that you said are better than us? Only further proving my point that Jesus was just an incredible human being back then.
Any technology sufficiently advanced would look like magic to primitive people.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, well, yeah, I believe that Jesus, he was smarter than all those people, but the differing that we have is that I believe he was smarter because he was God. But you're saying that you believe he was smarter, just by happenstance.
No,
and so
I'm doing something that most Christians do not do. I'm asking questions. I never said that he wasn't a deity, nor did I say that he was a man. I just said I'm willing to believe that there are many possibilities behind the person that we refer to now as Jesus. Maybe Jesus was an extraterrestrial. Maybe he was a deity. But Jenny, I know you're not into. Are you into Marvel? Are you into DC Comics?
No.
Do you know the story of Superman?
I'm pretty familiar, I think. He came from a planet called Krypton, right?
Yeah, who's to say that Jesus didn't come from an advanced civilization, came to Earth? And who's to say that, maybe he, all the strength he had was because of, on his planet, the gravity here is so light, maybe that's why he could walk on water. He was just
Miss Jenny, can I just ask, is it true that in the Bible it refers to chariots of fire, iron chariots of fire flying across the sky?
I believe that's in Revelation.
Doesn't that sound like a spaceship?
Not to a Bible thumper. Jenny, I'm gonna stop calling you that, Jenny. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't mind that term. I think that it's good to thump the Bible because the Bible needs to be thumped across a lot of people's heads. But whether or not a chariot of fire, could picture a spaceship, what we think of today as people who have contemplated the idea of spaceships, it could sound like that, but I don't believe that those are the same thing.
But Jenny, you also said that these people back then were far superior to us. Had they had the ability to think about some of the technologies that we had, they would have invented those things thousands of years ago. But the fact of the matter is that is it plausible to assume that they achieved rocket technology and even faster than light technology, and that these people were, they were going back and forth to different star systems? Is that possible?
I would say that that's not possible, only because how would you be able to invent something so advanced and then allow it to get lost?
Well, I mean, is it Graham Hancock Hafiz that talks about that?
I'm not sure if it's Graham Hancock.
Hold on, let me come back to Jenny real quick. But Tarus, you there?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, you said you're an agnostic, and what were you asking me?
CT, I'm not even, I'm not a Bible thumper, but Jenny was actually bringing up a good point, because a few months ago or a few weeks ago, you were complaining about how come we don't build architecture like they used to 200-300 years ago. How come our buildings don't look as good 200-300? But the moment we go further back, now all of a sudden they primitive. what Jeannie was talking about is absolutely true, because we have engineers today, they make whole shows about it, how they cannot figure out the measurements that these people use to build the pyramids. Remember, in some places in Syria or Turkey, they have the whole system with the audio, with the stadium and the sound able, the acoustics. It's able to travel all around. They did that with what we call modern technology. And the reason why, CT, before I go on to the larger question, the reason I have to get you is because there is no scientifically proven evolutionary process that humans have been through for 100,000 years that says our intelligence has changed. What has changed is our information. This is why, for example, if you take somebody right now, CT, we got all these cool things like Apple CarPlay, right? All these cool things that you could push a button, right? In Eastern Europe right now, because they don't have some of the modern quality equipment that we have, they're still able to mod their cars because they have to figure it out. They have to figure it out despite having less quality of tools. So what happens is when we're us in the first world, where we're used to having all the greatest technology, the moment we got to figure shit out without said technology is the moment it's the moment we go, oh man, I don't know how they do it. It must have been aliens.
Tarus, one thing I will say that, yes, you're right, that there was a lot of technology and some of it we've lost. I know from the Persian sort of side of stuff and the Babylonians, where they actually created, obviously there was no refrigeration, so there was no way of keeping things cold. They actually created entire rooms with domes, with arches in which they could put clay pots in water and keep things at a refrigerated level. This is in the desert I'm talking about. This is in Iraq. This is in Iran, in places that are extremely hot. They could keep food and fruits refrigerated in clay pots of water with certain arches created so that it creates airflow and it keeps that pot at a certain temperature. And there's other stories which I'm still looking for the evidence for, where a friend of mine said they created, the Persians, a pool made out of, I don't know, I think it was copper or something else, a swimming pool size sort of what do you call it? Yes, kind of like a swimming pool, a bathing area, where they could keep the entire volume of the water hot with a single candle. And it's just a dome. It's the way they constructed it. Now, there are things that we have probably lost, but I think we've gained a hell of a lot more than what they knew.
Hafez, this is why sometimes, to your point, Hafez, this is why it gets me irritated, because one of my things that my fellow human beings do so much that I hate is try to underestimate how creative our people were back in the day. CT, I'm gonna hit the swear jar.
Let's get you up out of here, man. Let me read the super chat. CT should be on Ancient Aliens. Yeah, go ahead, Taru.
My bad. I'm gonna hit the swear jar. But like, we underestimate how creative our forefathers and our ancestors had to be in order to survive. We got to remember, Hafez, think about how many cities we got sitting underwater right now for no other reason than the climate changes over thousands of years.
But Tarus, let me ask you a question. Going back to the whole atheist agnostic thing, to me, they get the rhyme. He's been waiting. You have to admit, the atheist and the agnostic at least ask questions about our reality more than a lot of people of the major religions do. You know, they want to. Go ahead.
Correction. We're able to ask questions without worrying about getting our head chopped off today. Because a lot of the scientific community that was making all of these advances, they were actively Muslim. They were actively Christian. They were actively Jewish or insert religion. Except then, especially when you had the Catholic Church back in the day, you know, a lot of that scientific stuff back then was considered blasphemy. So it's today we can ask the question without worried about getting burned at the stake.
Why are you agnostic now?
Just in my personal life experience, I've seen far too many similarities, and religious texts say more or less the same thing, that I believe it's more natural law. I think there is maybe a higher spiritual existence in the universe. I just don't know if this spirit or this deity picks favorites on planets.
Before we get to Ron, real quick, I hate to pick on Jenny again. Do you think that Jenny is afraid of the scale of the universe?
Hell yeah. Do you remember her a couple weeks ago with the volcano doctrine? I remember.
No.
Pepperidge
No.
Farm remembers. Yeah. I remember that, Jenny. Yeah, she's scared of that. She's scared of that real stuff, man.
What's up, Ron? Thank you so much, Shafiz. I mean, Tarus. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey everybody, I came in during the middle of the stream, so I can't really speak on what other people said before I got here, but I just think that there's validity in what some of the things that were brought up, because yeah, earlier man was able to achieve a lot of technological achievements without the engineering knowledge and technology we have today, and that speaks volumes to their ingenuity, because I feel like in modern times we have such specialization and hyper-focused areas of science that and these are multiple systems depending upon multiple systems. So if one of them was to fail, it would take out multiple others. Like, for example, I work currently in a history museum. So right now I'm in our historical archive, and we have records and records on, like, for example, farming techniques, where these people were, without the tractors, without the fertilizer chemicals, were able to yield, enough food to feed a population. Now, if our fertilizer processing industry was to fall and our trucks were to move, the people in this area would starve because they wouldn't even know where to start from ground zero. Same thing with the electrical grid. How could you generate electricity? Well, you would have to smith metal and iron and all these components. And this knowledge is basically essentially lost. It's in specialized areas. We have a iron foundry that produces probably all the iron or steel overseas in some area in China. And so if that area something was to happen to it, it would affect us here. So the world is highly specialized, and not only that, the knowledge itself on how to do some of these things is in small sectors of society. Like if our engineering class, if our chemist class if something was to happen to those people, the common man wouldn't even be able to pick up the pieces, let alone understand the textbooks and the manuals on how to get it up and running. So I do think that is I feel like sometimes today, like every generation of man, we have a certain hubris that we are more advanced. But as I was saying, just like when your school teacher would say, hey, when I was in school, we got in trouble for using a calculator on certain math equations. Now everyone needs a calculator. Can you do these equations without one? Can you do it on paper? So I think it's kind of like the same concept.
Okay, real quick, why are you an atheist? I mean, you said you're an agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why are you an agnostic?
I've been led to this my personal beliefs because I was raised as a Baptist in a highly Christian family. But
did you ever get beat in church, by the way? You ever get beat in church? There's a lot of beatings that go on in Baptist churches.
I wouldn't say a beating per se, like say that you're a hyperactive child and they can tell you're not paying attention. You might get a pinch, a hard pinch, or they'll take you to the bathroom.
How old are you, by the way?
31.
Oh, you probably didn't go to the Baptist churches when the choir used to march in.
Yeah, I have. I was raised in rural Kentucky where we had, revival and snake talkers and all of that stuff. The whole,
Before you finish, though, when I was a kid, when I was in Baptist church, the choir used to march in, and I was acting a fool on the benches. And one of the older ladies that my mom knew, she saw me acting a fool, and she was marching out. She's marching, and she slaps me right on the beat, and got right back into the march. But anyway, go ahead though with the story. Go ahead. Anyways, go ahead.
But
it's true, man.
Yeah, that does happen. I'm not condoning it, but I just think that I don't know what scientist or anthropologist or researcher said this, but he said specialization is the clearest indicator to a species extinction. So, for example, you have certain insects that are their food source is a certain type of leaf on a certain type of tree, and versus other insects who can feed on other vegetation. So if that tree was to go, that whole species would go extinct. And the human race in essence, in our modern times, the knowledge that we have to keep society functioning is specialized in small areas of society itself. So, and they're each system depends on each other. So, for example, when I'm very close to Nashville. If you know anything about Nashville, there's a building called the Batman Building, but it's the AT&T building. It's actually a data and network infrastructure system for the government. And when that building, there was apparently a bomb attack that severed the underground cables of that building. It knocked out internet and cell phone connection all over the region, states away. So people couldn't pay unless they had cash. ATMs wouldn't work. My girlfriend at the time, the hospital patient intake system was down. So all of these things are interconnected with each other.
Well, hold on for a second. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that a lot of, particularly Christians or current Muslims today, they are actually afraid of, they are afraid of the scale of the universe, and that's why they limit themselves? You don't think?
I can't, and as traveled as I am, I cannot say that because I feel as if in America, in Western countries, we have because of our education system, we have a Western centric mindset. And I'm assuming if I was raised in the East, I'd have an Eastern centric mindset. But these places have universities. These places have places of learning that exist within more theologic societies than us. There's research papers being published. There's scientific discoveries being made in some of these countries, but we're under the assumption because of the news that's fed to us that these companies are heavily regressive in their scientific thinking. But that's necessarily not true.
Let me ask you this real quick. Lately I've been, kicking in the backs of whites lately. Do you feel like a lot of gun-toting, Bible-thumping whites are afraid of, afraid of science or afraid of the reality of the universe, to the point where the idea, where a lot of them, they don't question the Bible, they don't question culture, because if they knew that there are beings within the universe, it would trump their whole white identity. Do you believe that? That's what I was talking about earlier.
With a resounding no. I would say culturally, at least in the United States, a lot of the industrious and mechanical mindset is unfortunately in the white population. So engineers, plumbers, mechanics, welders, these people have some general knowledge, although not specialized.
I get that. I get that. But what I was saying earlier is, I really believe, and I've always thought this, that a lot of Bible thumping whites, they are terrified of the idea that there are other beings within the universe, because they want to be the center of, at least this planet. So
that is a belief. I heard you guys mentioning the firmament earlier. It's a different perspective on the same belief. Like, for example, a lot of this I feel like has flew under the radar in terms of what we discuss in current culture, but there was 100% disclosure of UFOs. They call them unidentified aerial phenomenon. Yeah. So in these white gun-toting cultures that you speak of, they went, well, of course there always was. It was referenced in the Bible, but what you may call an extraterrestrial or an alien, they would say that's nothing more than a facade for what is referenced as demonic beings.
Yeah, so I'm glad you said that, because that's what I said earlier. I said the same thing. I said that a lot of these gun-toting, and I'm not saying these people are white supremacists, but a lot of these people are super Christian, and they'd say that if there are beings within the universe, they are demons. Because it still goes along with their whole religious belief. But maybe they're not demons. Maybe they're just actual aliens. But what I'm saying is that if they think of them as demons, it goes along with the whole good versus bad. But imagine the idea that there are beings far superior to you that come from an advanced civilization, and you have to come to terms with that. Go ahead.
I think belief in the supernatural, in a sense, doesn't necessarily divorce itself from belief in a larger universe, because as far as I'm aware, the belief in demons is that, if not to go on, but basically is that when the forces of heaven were in rebellion and were cast down the earth, those were the same people who introduced warfare, science, all of these things in modern science. It was the basis for those things. They shared knowledge of that. And people who usually know of this stuff also reference the correlation with other cultures' mythos. For example, in Greek mythology, you have the story of Prometheus, who was a titan that shared fire or something with the populace. So they feel like that is indication that there's some validity to some of these stories. With some Native American populations, there was a battle in the heavens, and then yada yada yada. So it doesn't necessarily mean they have this myopic view that, oh, demons, and it just means that there's credence to it. I feel like people who speak on these topics are more on the fringe of Christian beliefs, and then they lean more agnostic because of it. Because you cannot just say, hey, the people who identify as Christians, which ranges all the way from Asia to Africa to North and South America, and then they meld with people who identify themselves as Islamic and then Judaism. These are the three central Abrahamic faiths. They all correlate to each other in terms of the central themes of there is a creator. But not only that, this creator is so advanced that he is not known. Now, what a lot of these people, some of them veer off to, is that you are correct. It is science being seen by a primitive man with a lack of understanding. So like a game of telephone played out over thousands of years, they wrote these religious texts, and instead of saying, hey, these were the afterburners of a spacecraft, instead this was a wheel of fire. And this person had he spoke, and a flame came out and emulated the non-believers. That could have been a laser weapon. Sodom and Gomorrah could have been a thermonuclear bomb. So these
I told Jenny that a couple of weeks ago. I said, what if it was an energy weapon that destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah? Here goes Jenny. She just can't believe it. Jenny, that's what I'm saying about you Bible thumpers. You just can't open your mind to believe any other possibilities.
Can I just say one last thing to Jenny?
Yeah.
One last thing.
Then we gotta get resend. Go ahead. Yeah.
This is my personal belief.
Yeah.
Demons, aliens, virtually the same thing. It doesn't necessarily mean what I believe is that demons and aliens are essentially the same thing. So when the Bible speaks that there is evil in high places and principalities, they're speaking about an advanced race or group of people who are totally antithetical to the humanity, and they come from the same origin, the same creator than us. And there is a jealousy and resentment because of it, and they hate us. So in essence, it's paint different name, different label on the same thing. And that these people may be behind the greatest evils occurring in this world and the way the world is progressing toward now. And that, eventually the truth will come out. And I feel like people on both sides of this debate are going to say, hey, we had more in common than we thought. Two sides of the same coin. So that's just my belief.
Can I just say, Ron, one thing you said in regards to the Middle Eastern cultures and the fact that they have universities, although it is true, yes, of course, they all have universities and higher places of education. I will say that Harvard University produces more scientific white papers per year than the entire Muslim world. So there is something to be said that although they have higher places of learning, they are not producing as much scientific sort of research as other, as
white
Western
papers
and non-religious.
Are not an indication of it, but they're just published.
No, but this is an indication of how many scientific research and what they're doing in those fields.
Not necessarily. No, that's just. I have a degree in biochemistry, so I mean, it's when I worked in a lab underneath a professor. In order to get grants, you had to show that you were producing some form of research and people would just churn out white papers. That's not an indication of anything. It just means, hey, you want to show a justification for us to continue to get funding. Churning out white papers is still not an indication of any form of scientific merit or advancement.
But Ron, I mean,
Ron,
you
to
can,
be fair,
I
I think
can, I
he's
can
talking
go
about peer
deeper.
review.
Yeah, but what I mean is
peer review, Ron.
exactly. But also, I can go into
Even though the replication price is
other
going on,
indicators such as the number of Nobel Prize winners, etc., etc. A lot of these things are emerging from places that are non-religious for the most part, or have separated religion from their politics. Unfortunately, the Middle East, for the most part, hasn't. And as I said, I'm talking about one American university versus the entire Muslim world. That's a huge scale.
The Muslim
one
world
university.
is not exclusive to the Middle East. It's not exclusive to the Middle East.
No, that's what I'm saying. The
Africa,
Muslim
Asia.
worlds, all the Muslim countries, all the North African countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, all the Middle Eastern countries, Pakistan, all of them. I'm talking about the whole thing. It is a huge disparity between that and the Western countries and what they're doing. I'm just saying that there is
Let me read this super chat.
They're vastly underrepresented.
Let me read this super chat real quick. John Denny with the $5 super chat. Demons were created by criminals to blame for their crimes. You can't hold a deity accountable. Jenny, everybody up here, other than me, has said that they are agnostic. Are they going to hell?
As of right now, yes.
Okay.
But they can convert. And be
Okay.
saved.
Okay. And you believe that there's no other alternative, no option. They are completely wrong, right?
Actually, I'm waiting to
yeah.
accept.
Hold on,
I'm
let
waiting to
Jenny
accept
finish.
Jesus
Let her-
Christ
let
as
her-
my
let
Lord
her-
and Savior 2 minutes before I die.
So if Hafiz accepts Jesus as his Lord and Savior before he dies, can he get into heaven?
Yes. He would be just like the thief on the cross. He was literally in the process of dying, and he turns to Jesus. So I don't know if you're familiar with the story, CT, but when Jesus was being crucified, there was a man on his right and a man on his left.
I read the Bible, Jenny.
I mean, so I don't know how much you know, CT. So you must have passed over the part about Noah's Ark, but okay.
I am an individual that believes that I'm an individual who, I believe in the Christian institution, but I believe that it should be questioned, and I feel like that's a thing that doesn't happen. I would be willing to bet that 75% of Christians probably believe and think the way that you do. Same thing with Muslims. I think it's 75%. They have a very extreme view of the Bible. You said the story of Noah's Ark, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jenny, you believe that the story of Noah's Ark is true. I believe that it's more to the story, right? I believe it was regional. I don't believe that it affected the entire planet, and I don't believe it went down the way that it's said in the Bible. Because then I had to start asking myself questions. Okay, where exactly did this happen at, Jenny?
It started in Africa because that's where they were, but the waters covered the whole face of the earth, and he floated for 40. Well, he was on the ark for over a year, but it rained for over 48 to 49.
Okay. Well, I started asking questions, right? Did he collect every single species of insect? Did he collect every single species of bird? Did he collect every species of cattle? It's too, like, the story never made sense to me as a kid. It was like a creature comfort. It was like a comfort story. Give me a second, Ryan. It was like a comfort story as a kid that I interpreted the story as you can change your life for the better. You can leave the old ways for something new. That's what I thought. And I actually, I actually raised these questions in class. Pow! I used to get beat by my Sunday school teachers. Kapakum. But what if it was just an allegory, Jenny? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, what if? And I think that's the beauty of a lot of agnostic. They ask questions. You just wholeheartedly believe he had lions on. You believe he had lions on the boat, Jenny?
I don't know if they're lions the way that they look today, but I do believe that he had 2 big cats And all the cats that we have today come from those two big cats.
And what did he feed the big cats?
I don't know. You know, their God does different types of miracles. So it might have been that they didn't eat while they were on the ark. That's possible.
Okay. What about elephants? What about elephants?
I don't know what family elephants are in. Like, I don't know if they're related to rhinos and hippos, but if they all have a common ancestor, then it was just that, you know, that two of the common ancestor, and then we have, you know, what we have today. Just like you said, birds, you know, all birds come from two bird ancestors, you know, eagles, parakeets, they all come from the same ancestor.
I'm sorry, are you
And
talking about
so,
evolution? You're
yeah,
literally describing evolution.
yeah, I am. I've never said that I don't believe in evolution. I believe that eagles are in the same family as chickens, but what you'll never get me to believe is that apes are in the same family as humans. That's a completely separate thing.
Oh, weird.
See, and this is what I was talking about earlier. The convenience of the argument. Why is it? Well, and this is what I'm saying. Why is it? I get it, Jenny. I said this earlier. I said this earlier. I'm pretty sure you heard me when I said this. I get it. A lot of people, when they view an orangutan, when they view a chimpanzee, they think it's an ugly creature. So then the idea that the experts and scientists are saying that we are these creatures, we're just a different ape, just like how a chimpanzee is different from an orangutan. I get it. A lot of Christians don't want to be called ugly, just like a lot of other people don't want to be. And I think it's an insecurity. I think it's an insecurity. I mean, a lot of us even look at Shaq. He looks like a goddamn gorilla, Jenny. He looks like a gorilla, doesn't he?
Can I introduce him?
Doesn't he look like a gorilla, Jenny?
I don't think so, CT.
See, this is the beauty of this conversation. This is the beauty of it. Because you just said that all these beings, you said all birds come from one ancestor, which is probably true. We know that dogs come from wolves.
Mm-hmm.
What if human beings and human beings, chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans come from one common ancestor? We're like a different bird. We're like an eagle, and that's a parrot,
Well, there would be some credence to that if humans and apes could intermingle, but we can't. So that's how we know that we're different kinds of creatures.
Well, respectfully, when's the last time you've seen an eagle mingling with a parrot? They don't mingle.
I've never seen it, but I know it can happen.
When's the last time you've seen
sparrow?
When's the last time you've seen pigeons flying with sparrows? They don't mingle with each other.
They don't mingle, but they're the same kind of animal.
No, but you think a sparrow could have children from a hawk or an ostrich?
Yeah, I don't see why not. If you could breed them together, their children might not be able to breed. Like a mule can't breed, but I think that you could get a hawk and a sparrow to get together. Sure.
Let me read these super chats real quick. Bob with the $5 super chat. Jenny, you do very well for minor league ball. Come on and join us in the major so we got a spot for you. Joanna with the $5 super chat. You don't have to question. Scriptures teaches that these things are entire allegories. Okay, Jenny. So, okay. Hear me out, Jenny. Hear me out. 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 Just hear me out. Hear me out. When I was younger, I've told you this story. I was on the bus. I was like in the second grade. These third grade twin girls, they touched my shoulder and I said, "Oh, hey." And they said, "You're ugly." Okay. Did I ever tell you that story? Ever tell you that story? It was so random.
I don't think so.
That was one of my first dosages of reality. That's when I realized, okay, I have to be funny. I got to do this. I got to do that. Right.
Okay.
Jenny, I think a lot of Christians need that tap on the shoulder. You're ugly. And what I mean is a dose of reality. Jenny, we have 5 digits like our chimp brothers in the jungle. We even act like them when we get upset. Did you see how that Cam Newton thing looked? That looked like a whole bunch of monkeys. Apes acting crazy. Jenny, we have a lot of the same behavioral characteristics as these creatures. The only thing different between us is we fly planes and we drive cars and we wear clothes. We look like them, we have opposable thumbs like them, but you're saying we're just a completely different thing from those creatures.
Yeah, entirely. And we have similarities because we have the same creator. But, what you're talking about are surface level outward characteristics. But the differences are inwardly when it comes to animals and humans. Like when an ape dies, its body goes into the earth and nothing happens. But when humans die, our soul will either go into heaven or hell, and we are eternal in that sense. And so animals, they're
Animals don't have
just
souls.
material.
Dogs don't go to heaven. That movie was a lie.
Geronimo, to find out the I believe in God yet. Respectfully, Jenny is making this up as she goes along. Okay, let's not pick on Jenny today because this is really an atheist agnostic conversation. Hafiz, go ahead, sir.
I'm just a bit heartbroken that that movie All Dogs Go to Heaven was apparently a lie. Now I have to reevaluate my entire life. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what to do.
Yeah, so love your little poodles and love your chihuahuas while they're here, because when they're gone, they're gone.
CT, I gotta say, this is the problem as someone who's agnostic and sees the benefit of all the religions. This is what really upsets me with Christians, because
now we're talking.
With the Noah's Ark thing, I took that from a non-Christian going, God's teaching human beings, you need to be prepared because natural disasters can happen at any moment. You need to be prepared. Just like I took the Adam and Eve story, Chaotic Truth, as God saying, hey, humans, here's your first lesson in life. Watch your six. You can't trust everyone that comes around you. I took that as those simple lessons, how to operate in everyday life. And then you got Jeannie going, nah. They really put two of a kind on that boat. And none of those animals happen to eat each other.
Can I chime in, because this is something that I've brought up before? Two of those biblical stories, Adam and Eve and Noah's Ark, and this is just my personal theory that a lot of the things that we attribute as magical and mystical in nature, again, could have been a misinterpretation of the person at that time.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the origin story of Adam and Eve, God created Eve from Adam's rib. And if you know anything about genetics, the ribosome is a tiny component within the cell that translates DNA and creates a copy of it. So Adam was a living being, and Eve was made from his rib. Now, maybe those people didn't have an understanding, but it correlates too closely for something not to be valid. Because also, if you look at Noah's Ark, right now in the Arctic, scientists have compiled the world's culmination of seeds in a seed bank. They call it a seed archive. So when we think of these things logically, how can an animal like an elephant and a lion live on 40 days on a wooden boat? Maybe that was just how they interpreted an archive for genetic sequences. Like, we can clone animals. Who's to say if there was an advanced civilization, they didn't have some type of craft or structure that had the genomes of all the living animals, and then some cataclysmic event happened, like a flood? Because like I said, almost every culture on earth has a story about a great flood in essence. And again, this is like a 1,000-year game of telephone. So that's just my theory. I feel like there's validity on both sides if you just look at it objectively.
I agree in to some extent, but unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff in the biblical history or the stories that's because, for example, a lot of people think Eve was the first woman. Eve wasn't the first woman that was created.
Yeah,
Lilith was the first woman that was created, and then I guess Lilith had a bit too much sass, or she was some kind of feminist or something, and she decided to go it alone. But the thing is, when it comes to trying to map these things onto some kind of alien species and some kind of alien story, a lot of it doesn't really add up. The other thing is, which was unfathomable to me, that no Christian has pointed this gaping hole. When the sons of Adam and Eve were born, I think it was Cain and Abel. Is that correct? Cain and Abel were the first.
Yeah.
Didn't they go off and marry some farmers' daughters? Didn't they go off and marry some women from another tribe or another farm, or it was like farmers or something? Where did those people come from?
Well, Jenny, where did they come from, Jenny?
They married their sisters.
No. It says they went off and they married these women of farmers or some other tribe. It wasn't their. They married their own sisters. Are you telling? But what were the names of those sisters? And that is like the freakiest thing ever. I mean, that is like So they married. Oh, come on! Were they from Texas? Did they have a banjo or two as well? Was it Mississippi? I mean, come on! We're talking about some major messed up stuff. This is like incestuous things we're talking about, which every animal group. If you notice, if you look at prides of lions, if you look at orca whales, if you look at elephants, every time the male reaches the maturity, the male is then ousted from the group. Otherwise, the male is going to start mating with the women of the group, and that's inbreeding. So even animals have figured out inbreeding is bad. But
let me read these super chats. Let me read these super chats real quick. Give me a second. Bob says, explain the symmetry of the universe being by chance. The proverbial bee says, so I'm gonna be in heaven with no animals. Bob says there is evidence in the Bible that animals are indeed in heaven. Bob says all y'all up here trying to bring God down to your level and our questioning him why he just didn't make things more for human understanding. Miracles prove God in a way that simple logic can't. I don't think anybody's trying to bring God down to their level though, Bob. That's the whole thing. But go ahead.
What's crazy is, guys, hold on real quick.
Let me say this. I'm gonna get to my housework. I'm gonna say two statements real quick. I'll get off. First of all, you complicated it too much, CT, when you talk about gun-toting, Bible-toting whites being afraid of the universe. No, it's very simple. They a lot of them do that to assure their consumption of the lion's share of the planet's resources. You can bet a lot of that is all about that. And the other thing is, if agnostics had to choose a religion, my guess would be it might be, I don't know about the particulars of it, but Hinduism, because Hinduism is the universe is the gods and all things in the universe are God. So that still leaves you wide open. You know, I mean, if an agnostic had to pick a religion, my guess they may very well pick Hinduism if they had to, because it just leaves it open.
Yeah,
but,
now be brave. You really want to look into Hinduism. Hinduism has some messed up stuff. You want to
I know.
The practices of the Kalis, the Sati practice of throwing the wife on the funeral pyre of the husband, the caste system.
Yeah.
Oh, believe me, Hinduism has so many problems.
Haven't they refined it a little bit though? haven't they refined the particulars a little bit though?
No, that's because of secular society. Yeah, the British stopped them throwing their women onto the fires of their husbands. The British stopped the caste system, but that wasn't because of Hinduism.
Yeah, you may very well be right. So what are we doing with Vivek in Hinduism? Is he nuts?
Well, I mean, Vivek is clearly a secular American. He's not Hindu. He's not a Hindu in that way.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah, he's a part-time. He's a part-time.
Yeah, he claims to be. He claims to be Hindu, though, right?
No, yeah, but that's because in America, if you want to run for president, you cannot say you're an atheist. It just doesn't work.
I know. I'm just asking you, though, in a comical sense. Basically, we got a guy running for. Then, according to your information, we got a guy running for president, or who hasn't dropped out yet, who's a goofball.
Oh no, he dropped out.
Be brave. I got a question.
But he was a goof. But he was a goofball. If the Hinduism is that crazy, yeah, go ahead. I got to get off here. Go ahead.
So, if you look at the Bible, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen the images of what the actual angels described in the Bible look like. Be brave. If they actually use those images of the angels instead of the white people they draw in the cathedral, do you think there'd still be a lot of Christians? Do you think Christianity would still be as big?
I think it'd probably be a little more realistic about a lot of things.
Because that looks like aliens, right, guys?
Yeah,
The
Oh,
real
Tarus.
it's
depiction
yeah.
of the angels. Yeah.
The funny
And
thing is,
right quick. Do you guys think there's a Christian sect that would accept CT's view of it? Like, the
aliens.
minus the divinity, the divinity, just an intelligent fella roaming around the planet. Are there Christian sects that accept that? CT.
There are Unitarians.
No, they're not.
Unitarians don't. No, there are Unitarians don't necessarily believe Jesus is the triune God. That doesn't. That he's not part of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. There are Unitarian Christians that
And
debate.
their Sabbath is a Sunday.
Um, yeah. I'm not sure about the other sort of details, but they don't believe that Jesus is God in the way the Trinity does.
Wow. Yikes.
They don't work with that. But I mean, there's a lot of
thanks, folks.
variations.
Thank you
Take
so
care,
much.
be brave, keep safe. One thing I want to quickly say in regards to oh man, was it the Muslims? The Muslims actually, well, at least Muhammad. The story of Muhammad is when Angel Gabriel came to him, he was so scared that he, I think, was foaming at the mouth, and he thought he was about to die. And this goes to the real images of angels or seraphims or all these other variations on angels. It could be that if there was such a thing as an angel, the real angels, not the ones, the white people with wings, that Muhammad saw such a creature and, crapped his pants essentially, because he saw this monstrous thing and almost died of fright. It is true. I think there is a very fine line between angels and demons. I think that the angels that we think are angels are not necessarily angels, and maybe the demons are not necessarily demons.
Yeah, because let's be clear, guys. Human history says if you actually see a biblically accurate description of an angel, we're gonna have hunting parties going out. We gonna be trying to get together and kill that thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. That's the truth.
Pitchforks and torches would come
Ain't
out.
nobody gonna think, oh, this was sent from God, from the heavenly, from heavens above. They ain't gonna take that.
Yeah, if you see some of the seraphims, I mean, there's a whole YouTube channel that describes all the different types of angels, because there are some who actually carry the throne of God, and then there are some who they all have different missions. Like Gabriel is the general of the armies of heaven. Gabriel is a very different character to the other angels. There are a whole series of different levels of angels, but I mean, it's crazy because I just think some of them. I think that if the devil was to come to us, he would not come to us in a form that would scare you. He would come to us in a form that would be very attractive. He would look like a supermodel. He would look like a wonderful person. I don't think. I mean, that it would be the most moronic thing for the devil to come in a form that would scare the living daylights out of us.
Yeah, how you describe it, he's going to come as what we would call the Antichrist, right?
Yeah, but he would. I think if anything, he would come across as your best friend, as your buddy, as the best thing you've ever come across in your life. Because if he wants to lead you astray, he's not going to come to you as some scary thing that you can call it, see it immediately. No, I think that would be ridiculous. In fact, like I think CT, you said you saw that movie, The Devil's Advocate, with Al Pacino.
Oh, yeah, great movie.
Yeah,
90s,
that would be the devil for me. That would be 100%.
Classic movie.
Let me ask Jenny a question. Jenny, why are Christian countries or countries with the predominant population, why do they have so much violence? Like, let's use Venezuela.
Because that country and countries like it aren't actually Christian, they're Catholic. And Catholicism is an entirely different religion from Christianity.
Catholicism is Christianity.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, guys. So, believe it or not, Jenny, Venezuela is 92% Christian. Oh, well.
They say that.
But yeah, technically Roman Catholic. Okay, let's use Nigeria then. Why is Nigeria so violent? That's Christian. That's not Catholic at all.
I don't know. I don't know anything about Nigeria. they could be Christian, but I don't know how their education system is because where ignorance is, violence usually follows closely behind. So I don't know what the literacy rate in Nigeria is and how many of those people are basically so.
You're breaking up, Jenny. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, what you say? Joanna says Jenny has an unreasonable answer for every for every question. Let's see. Amaru says
God had to
Jenny,
cut off her Wi-Fi, man. That's what
Jenny, I
happened.
like you, but you are a bit delusional and suffering from cognitive dissonance. A Helping Hand says the show Sandman had a pretty interesting depiction of spiritual warfare between Lucifer and the Sandman. Dawood says, why do Nigerians think that American blacks know about Nigeria? We just know that it's in Africa. Okay. Let's try. Jenny, you there? Or
Yeah, can you hear me now?
yeah, so you're saying that despite the fact that these countries are heavily Christian, you blame it on literacy, which I talked about literacy earlier. You blame it on literacy and other societal ills, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would
And
say that if oh
no, go ahead.
oh yeah, because I don't know how much of what I said you guys actually got to hear, but I was saying that if Nigeria is an actually Christian place, then why they have so much violence would have to do with education, because if there's a lack of education, then violence is closely follows behind that, and so
Mm-hmm.
that's what I would say to that.
So shouldn't Christianity so what about in America? Why are so many criminals in America Christian? Why are so many people
Well,
why are so many people who do violence towards each other, gossiping, throwing each other under the bus? Why are they Christian?
Well, I know America, better than I know Nigeria, and I know that in America, a lot of people call themselves Christians, but they're actually not. They don't even know what the gospel is. They don't know what it takes to get to heaven, and so a lot of people they just call themselves that because that's what they're used to in America. They're like, "Oh, I'm in America. I've been to church, or I know the name of Jesus, so therefore I'm a Christian." And in reality, they're just as pagan and wicked as anybody else. And so I know how that is for America. So maybe that also plays a part into it with Nigeria.
So they're just not really Christian then. Okay, I got you.
May I ask Jenny a question?
Sure.
If Jesus were to return, how would you know it is Jesus? Because I've always wondered, because I actually believe honestly that if Jesus comes back right now as like some Middle Eastern man, Israel will probably shoot them. Most other people will probably kill him because he'll look like some kind of Middle Eastern dude. America won't even allow him in because he's an illegal alien. So how would you know this is Jesus? Are there like things that have been said in the Bible that these things will come to pass, and then this is definitely Jesus?
Yes. So that's a really good question, Hafiz, because there are a lot of Christians who believe in this thing called the imminent return of Christ, which is this concept that Jesus could come back at any minute. And when he comes back, the church is going to get raptured up. Your Christians are going to get raptured up, and we could be gone at any minute. And that's what's called the pre-tribulation rapture. Now, I don't believe in that because if you read the book of Matthew and the book of 2 Thessalonians, what you'll find is that it describes what's going to happen when Jesus comes for the second time. And not only is it not going to be just, everybody's gone and there's this pile of clothes and, like the Left Behind movies. That's what those movies were based on, is the pre-tribulation rapture.
Yeah, I remember those.
It's not going to be like that at all. The Bible describes it as, first the man of sin will be revealed. So the Antichrist is going to be revealed. And so he's going to be in power. We're going to have a one world government. We're going to have a one world religion.
Also, Klaus Schwab's really.
Yeah, all the stuff that we're seeing right now with the wanting to have a centralized government,
the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, that all stuff has to come to its full fruition before Jesus Christ can come again. And there's going to be a trumpet sound. The waters are going to get turned to blood. The sun and the moon are going to be darkened. So you'll have no mistake to know that Jesus is like right about to come. So it's not going to be like it'll just be a random Tuesday afternoon and he's just going to walk up to you or something. So in that regard, you'll know when he's coming.
Okay, so there'll be actual. I mean, will there be because I remember like fire and hailstones coming from the sky. Is that Revelations?
Yeah, yeah, that's
all,
gonna
all the
happen too.
signs of the Revelations essentially is going to come to pass. A 7-headed dragon, something like that.
Real quick, let me read this super chat real quick from King Spark. King Spark says, believing in Jesus as a grown man, believing in Jesus as a grown thinking adult is the same as still believing in Santa Claus. Jenny, you know what question I'm going to ask you. Is King Spark going to hell?
Yes, he is, but hopefully it's not too late for him. And he can, renounce that statement and he can be saved.
Jeannie, what does hell look like?
I will have to come to Jenny's defense on some of the things she brought up because present times are pretty on the nose with what is occurring within the last chapters of the Christian book, the Revelations. It's pretty on the nose, but I always hold true to this stance that some of these things that are happening may not necessarily have been a prophecy per se, more so of a plan that was already in place by a group of people who hold to certain beliefs. And what I mean by that is we have 3 Abrahamic faiths, and my belief is that there's a 4th Abrahamic faith that has been working in the higher echelons of society that they believe in. And that faith is in what Christians. Here's my take on things. Whether God or Jesus is real is irrelevant to the fact that there are people out here who believe these beings are real, and they're going to make actions based on those beliefs, whether we come at it scientifically or not. A man will go into a marketplace and blow himself up in his belief for Allah. My belief or non-belief is not going to change that. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that there are very powerful, wealthy people who have beliefs and they want to move the world in that direction. And they've always had these beliefs. And these people may operate openly, but in secret. So when you mention people like Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum, it makes sense that how could you have people who can achieve multi-generational plans that are far-reaching? They have to be following a religious belief. Because in my opinion, the only people who are willing to do something that they're never going to live to achieve or to give up their lives for an ideal, that strongest conviction is held in people who have religious beliefs. So I will say there's some validity in some of the things mentioned in the Bible, whether you're agnostic or atheist. Like, for example, in the Bible, it references that in the end times, there will be a mark placed upon people that will show their utter devotion to Satan or Lucifer. Now, if you see what's working on now are neural implants and digital currency and centralized government, one world government, it aligns parallel to what's mentioned in the Bible. So I will say that's kind of on the nose for what's happening in present times. That's just something I've noticed, and it's happening right in front of us. And I don't really know. That's just my take on it.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Bob says, the older I've gotten, the more I've seen that the Bible is right. If you look at Proverbs and how it talks about age and wisdom, my goodness, there couldn't be or have been a better template. Jenny, you are an individual who reads the Bible. What is Bob talking about in terms of Proverbs?
I want to answer that, but before I want to do that, I want to answer Taru's question because he had a really good question about what does hell look like. Hell is a place of fire and brimstone, and where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. You're in outer darkness, and you're being tormented. And in the comments, I can see that some people have this idea of hell as being separation from God, but hell is actually not separation from God. The Bible says that to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And of course, not everybody who's absent from their body goes to heaven. And so God is in heaven, but God is omnipresent. And so when you go to hell, you think that, oh, I'm gonna get away from God because I don't want anything to do with him. I think he's mean or I think he's fake. When you go to hell, you're actually gonna be tormented by Jesus when you go to hell. That's where the fire in hell comes from.
By the way, Jenny, before I'm gonna read the super chat, Joanna with the $5 super chat at throw. In the Bible, it states that these things are allegory, yet we don't talk about this. Jenny, by the way, for the people in the chat and the people in the bushes, you said that hell is where again? In the middle of the earth, right?
Yes, in the center of the earth.
Right. Okay. So is it plausible to assume that the Earth's core is hell?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what we understand as the core of the earth, that is the physical location of hell. But in the spiritual realm, that is where hell is.
Okay.
Wait a
So
minute, wait a minute.
currently,
So
right
if we-
now, in that place, you said Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Mother Teresa, they are all burning in hell right now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Mother Teresa? I thought she was a Christian. Okay.
No, she was Catholic.
Oh, she wasn't the right Christian. Okay. But didn't she accept Jesus as her Lord and Savior, even as a Catholic?
Don't matter. You
No, 'cause
want the
Catholic-
right. You want repping the right crew, bro. It don't matter.
And by the way,
Burn hell.
Jenny, Michael Jackson was a Jehovah's Witness. Is he also burning in hell right now, currently, as we speak?
Yes, because Jehovah's Witnesses are not saved. They don't believe that Jesus is God.
No. He's burning hell because he messed with children.
Guys, I'm only asking her in the chat these questions for people who don't know, who are in the bushes.
Hey, I gotta head out, guys. Hey, good chopping it up with you guys, man.
Take care, Tarus. Have a good one.
So you said Michael Jackson is burning. What about Prince?
As far as I know, I think he was Jehovah's Witness or Seventh-day Adventist as well.
He was Jehovah's Witness.
Was he
Jenny,
Jehovah's?
which
He's
denomination of Christianity is correct? Since you said that you don't believe in the whole return rapture type of deal.
Before you ask her that question, what are you, by the way? What are you?
I'm agnostic.
Okay, go ahead, guys. Go ahead, King Spark.
Yeah, I just want to know which Christians are correct, and how do you know which denomination or which sect of Christians is correct?
To give a cute answer, like give a well-rounded answer, I would probably say that Baptists, they're the ones that have the most right beliefs. Now, there are some things that a lot of Baptists are wrong on. No one denomination is perfect in all its beliefs, but I would say that the Baptists are the closest in their understanding. But to not call yourself Baptist doesn't mean that you're not saved, or doesn't mean that you're not right with God. It just depends on.
Real quick, Jenny, my fault. Bob says, if you don't accept Jesus, then as a man, you're going to be sucking cock and taking up the ass for it. That's what Bob says. Hey, Jenny. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Damn.
So are you saying some Baptists could go to hell too?
A person can't call themselves Baptist.
You said the Seventh-day Adventists and the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Real quick. Juana says, did anyone catch how we just skipped right over the truth in my super chat? The Bible states that these things are allegory. They are stories. Real quick, I'm assuming Joanna wants you to address that. Then you go back to King Spark. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, no one addressed it because it's nonsense. Of course, the stories in the Bible are not all allegory. There are some stories that are allegory, and they're called parables. But stories in Genesis, they're really, Adam and Eve really were the first two people. There really was a flood. Jonah really got swallowed by a big fish. These stories, they're fantastical. But sure, the God of all creation can't do things that bend our feeble human minds. I think that's really silly to think that couldn't happen. And so, yeah, all the stories in Genesis, those are all real. Yeah, absolutely.
I have a quick question about the story. So if the stories in Genesis are all real, and Adam and Eve were the first two people, who did Cain and Abel marry?
They married their sisters.
Yeah, we went over that one.
So
they married their sisters. Yeah. We kind of covered that scary portion.
We're all really from West Virginia, is basically what you're saying.
Yes.
That's exactly today. So this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about how the humans of yesterday, the humans of thousands of years ago, they were more advanced than us. And it's because humans back then, they were more perfect than we are. Their bodies were better than ours. And so Adam and Eve were the first two people. And so they had all of the genes and all of the different variations of chromosomes in them too. And so they had probably, yes, genetic perfection. Thank you. And so they probably had hundreds of children. She probably had triplets and octuplets and all these different kids because she had to get the human race started. And so, of course, Adam and of course Cain and Abel and all their other siblings, Seth and all them, they all married their sisters, but it was okay then because they were the only people around. But now, as we're thousands of years down the gene pool, it's dangerous for us to marry our immediate siblings because our genes are a lot weaker than theirs were. So, but we're all related.
Jenny, I get what you're saying. It's like having an original videotape, and when you keep copying the video to another video and it gets deteriorated, and then so essentially they were like the first original video recordings, and then as we get copied down to the different VHS, and then you get 1080p, and then you might get on a CD, a Blu-ray. Oh no, Blu-ray would be a higher quality. So no, technically, it's all just video recordings going all the way down. So we're like the 6 billionth copy of a video recording of the original one.
King Spark, go ahead. It seems like you have a lot to ask. King
I actually do. I have another question.
Go ahead.
During the transgressions of when slavery was going on, right? And there was this Christian guy, and on one side of the plantation, the slave master was praying for, let my business keep on going, make sure my slaves stay at the house, and this keep rolling. And on the other side of the plantation, the slaves were praying that, Lord, please kill my slave master and set me free. So, which side is God on?
God is on the side of right. God is not a respecter of persons.
Right.
The side of freedom. I actually just did a stream on this last Friday about how the God of the Bible is the God of freedom. And so any person praying that my slave would, never leave is an offense to God because God believes in freedom.
Super chat. Jenny, the Bible even says that they had people living outside of Eden when Cain is cast out for murdering his brother. He didn't marry his sister. You sicko. Don't call Jenny that. Go ahead.
So the next question is, so if that's to be the truth, the God of freedom, and so on and so forth, then why did slavery last 400 years? It took God 400 years to let my people go.
We have free will, and so people do things, but that is
will. That was like a lot of people praying, like, please stop whipping my back. Year after year, month after month, day after day, month after month, year after year, and it continued for 400 years.
I can kind of address that actually when it comes to God and its timescales. Unfortunately, I think if you start to look at God in a human timescale, then that is not really the way you should be looking at something that is eternal, that also exists outside of time and space, because something that exists outside of time and space simultaneously experiences all time at the same time. So for you, it's 400 years. For God, it's less than a blink of an eye. It's less than a second. So it doesn't translate to something that is outside of time and space. You can't scale it that way. So 400 years, I mean, let's be honest, human history is like, at least recorded history is like 10, 20,000 years of slavery. We've been having slaves since day one. Not to mention all the times, in the caveman eras and all the others. So it's hundreds of thousands of years God has witnessed cruelty upon humans, being cruel to each other. Again, it doesn't translate because it's the creator of the universe is outside of time. And so time, what we experience, isn't the same as how God experiences it.
Now, put the $5 super chat. CT, why Jenny say what set you claim? Because anybody can get them flames. Thank you so much. Any more questions, King Spark?
Yeah, I have one last question. I really feel like, and maybe one of y'all can clear this up for me, is that religion was kind of like a hoax to put people on earth to conform. The reason I say that is because I don't believe that you can throw a bucket of water on a ghost. Now, what I mean by that is that all the punishment that's in the Bible, flames and fire and all that, those flames and fire, all that stuff exists on earth. So a human on earth couldn't imagine hellfire would scare a human on Earth, right? But hellfire is an earthly element that I don't think exists on another plane or another level, on a spiritual level. So it makes it seem like they specifically use hellfire, then they use streets of gold in heaven. Well, gold is only valuable once again on the planet Earth. So how are you using elements and valuable minerals that are on planet Earth to explain the life after?
I never thought about that before. Jenny, that is a good question. He does pose a good question, right? How is gold in these spiritual realms, and who manufactured it? Like, who smelted the gold and created the? I'm assuming the brick. Who created the road?
Well, the thing is that Spark, he's getting it backwards. And so he's saying that because these things exist in the physical realm, how could they exist in the spiritual? But it's because they exist in the spiritual that they exist in the physical. And so heaven, God has always existed. And so he created the earth to be a physical representation of things that exist in the spiritual realm. And so the only reason we have gold and fire and brimstone in the physical world is because he brought those spiritual things into our physical world for us to understand them. It's like why we have marriage and children. Marriage and parenthood and having children, those are all physical representations of spiritual truths. So like how we as Christians are the bride of Christ. That's why we have marriage. And God is our father. That's why he gives us children to picture that of the spiritual truth. And so we have gold physically so that we can understand, oh, that's what's in heaven. It's to help us as physical creatures understand spiritual truths. And so that's why.
But gold is only used for commerce. It's only valuable because of economy and commerce and exchange. Does heaven run on a capitalist system, or is it communism?
That way.
Well, no, because gold has inherent value. And so and so what God is saying by saying that the streets in heaven are paved with gold is that God doesn't have a capitalistic society, because the thing that's the most valuable thing on earth is what he uses to run line the streets with. And so God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. He is the creator of everything. He doesn't need anything. And so he gave us gold, and made it really valuable to us to show us how he is above all value of monetary in the spiritual world.
Can I ask Jenny a question?
Yeah, Brian,
when I was in Sunday school, the way the Bible was explained to me was that the people living in those present times had an understanding of their reality, and that these books, whether they're canonical books or non-canonical books, were written well after the fact when that occurred, and that these people were inspired by divinity. So the divinity that was speaking to these people who wrote down these books or wrote down what God told them to say, God was speaking to them in terms they would understand. So like some of these things, so like how you say the streets are paved with gold, God would use that word because in their current time, gold was a scarce, valuable resource, but it didn't necessarily mean, that there was actually gold in heaven. It was just, if I speak to them in terms they understand, and that some things did occur, but they may have been misinterpreted over the years because they didn't have an understanding of what they were seeing. And some things were because this was concepts they could understand. But either way, the things that were written about in the Bible were written down years or decades or hundreds of years after they already occurred. They were oral stories that were pinned down. Is that something that is taught in Christian overall in Christianity, or how do you feel about that?
Hold on for a second. Thank you so much, Bob, with the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that, man. Really appreciate that. Diamond Rolex with gators on my feet. I got 2 pair for every day of the week. Bob says in the Catholic theology or in Catholicism, we know there is a God by looking at nature just as though you don't know the architect of a building that you are in. You know that an architect designed it. Same thing in nature. Now, real quick, Ryan, I want you to remember what you said for Jenny. But Jenny, do you want to answer this question?
Yeah, I think that that's one of the few things that Catholicism has right. That we do see God in nature, and that's what Romans chapter 1 talks about. That the invisible things tell of His glory, and that if you walked into a house, you wouldn't say, "Wow, I can't believe that the wind just blew all these materials together and created this house." That'd be nonsensical. We know it was created by somebody, and when you step into the world, you should be able to say, "Oh, no, this was obviously created by somebody."
Do you want to answer Ryan's question?
I do, if I can remember it. Oh, yes, about Sunday school. Yeah, you were saying that the way that you were taught that they wrote down the Bible was that God spoke to them. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, to summarize it, I was taught that man during that present time, when the Dead Sea Scrolls, for example, or any earliest records of the New and Old Testament, they were written down well after the fact that event occurred. And in terms of things like parables, like saying Psalms, those men were inspired by God to write down things to scroll or papyrus, and that God spoke to them in concepts they could understand. So, like, for example, gold, because it kind of contradicts each other. If we're taught in the Bible that material things turn the dust and that a rich man cannot pass through the eye of the needle, gold is only being used as the gold doesn't exist in heaven. It's only being used as an example because man during that time understood the concept of gold and its value. So God spoke to them in that way. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's God speaking to them in terms, like, if I'm in Duval County, Jacksonville, I'm saying, that jit over there is acting out of pocket versus this child is acting very untoward. You speak to them in terms they understand. So that's what I was taught.
Yeah, I agree with
Let me
Ron.
read this super chat real quick. Ryan with the $5 super chat. Stay strong in your faith, Jenny. There are few atheists in foxholes. There are many on the internet.
Well, Ron, I agree with you in the sense that these stories were written in order to appeal to human beings, and in order to appeal to human beings, you have to use the same concepts and things that we have on this planet. They can't relate to some ethereal concepts, and as I mentioned earlier on, human beings have a tough time of grasping certain concepts anyway. So yeah, I agree that they mentioned that heaven is paved with gold, because some clergyman somewhere recognized that in order for me to manipulate these people and in order to get these people do the things I want to do, I have to promise them somewhere with things that they like. This is why the Muslim heaven is essentially a giant orgy with wine and rivers of wine and honey, and all the women that you want, because Muhammad needed soldiers. He needed people to go out and conquer, and he promised them a hereafter, which is a party at the Playboy penthouse. So that's what they do. That's why heaven is described the way it is, and that's why hell is actually described the way it is. Because if you actually think about it, if you think about eternal damnation and an eternal fire and burning, you can only really be burnt for so many thousands of millennia before you get used to that burning. Your flesh and your body supposedly will simply adapt to that lifestyle. There are people who going to the Middle East, going to Saudi Arabia will be hell on earth for them. You try walking around in Dubai in July, you will literally die. It is so hot. So, but people live there because people adapted. People climatized to it. You would literally, if you were in hell for eternity. I mean, this is the other thing about what I said, CT, about human beings not be able to get their brains around long time periods. Eternity is an incredibly unfathomable amount of time, and if you're there for 100 billion years in hell will become home. Hell will be just another place that you live. It won't be a place of torture and torment anymore. It'll just be what you're used to. So this is the irony of hell, is that eventually hell will just be home. It won't actually be a place of torment because you just get used to it.
Jenny? Jenny?
To answer your question, Ron, yeah, it is written in a way that we will understand it. But saying that, I don't want to give anyone the misconstrued view that it's not accurate, because it is written in a way that we will understand it, but it is still 100% true. So just like in the example that you gave, if you said that Jet over there is acting out of pocket versus that child over there is out of control, I don't know what that other word you used was, then the statements are actually still the same. So you're not saying anything incorrect in either statement, you're just saying it in a different way. And so, yeah, God, he talks to us in a way that we understand. This is why Jesus refers to God the Father as his God. People will say that, oh, well, Jesus isn't God because he refers to the Father as God. Well, he refers to the Father as God because he's talking to us, and we need to refer to God the Father as God. And so he's talking to us in a way that we understand. And so, yeah, that is the way that the Bible was written. So you've learned good stuff in your Bible study. And just a quick note, Sir left a super chat that said that, oh, Jenny's never read the Bible from front to back, typical Christian. Actually, I have read the Bible. Thank you very much. And I've read it. I'm on my second time reading it through. So he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Real quick, man. Bob, it's not a super chat. Guys, the context of when the Bible was written is important. Understand the Israelites were a bunch of free slave hillbillies. It's not like they were educated people God could talk to like us. Okay. Go ahead, Ryan. Ryan, what are you? I thought, I really just wanted to hear. Oh, wait a minute. Bob, the $5 super chat. How fast in Catholic theology hell is a dynamic place, meaning that it gets worse and worse as times go on? Is anybody? Okay. Ryan, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
Be good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Is there? Okay. So, yeah, I don't want to say I'm an agnostic.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I am. I want more information, but I want to be a Christian. I just find it very difficult to believe in a lot of the stories. So I guess I'm an agnostic. I don't know. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I certainly don't believe in any of the stories, nor do I believe that. I mean, I believe in science very much so. So I don't believe in Noah. I think that the earth has been flooded millions of times. I think the earth is 14 billion years old. I believe that we evolved from, small life forms. But I do believe that there was a person named Jesus that came and, I believe in the story. But I don't believe in any of that stuff.
Ryan, did you say the Earth is 14 or the universe is 14?
Oh, the universe is 14. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
the Earth
because
is
the
4
Earth
billion
is
years
like
old.
4.
So
yeah.
I believe in the entire evolution story, and I do believe in the anthropological lineage of man coming from, a common ancestor as the primate. We're primates, but I do believe in Jesus. So I don't know. I don't know what I am.
But do you
the
believe
good
it's
news-
Jesus as God, or do you just believe it's Jesus as a man who was a preacher?
I don't know about that either. That's another challenge, and I've read a lot of stuff about it. But like when he was on the cross, he said, "I'll be at the right hand of my Father by the end of the day." To me, that means he's not God. So I got a lot of questions about all this.
Jenny.
Well, I have some really good news for you, Ryan, which is that you don't have to believe every single thing that the whole Bible says to be a Christian. All you have to believe is the gospel. And, because the Bible says that the natural man receiveth not the things of God, for they are foolishness unto them because they are spiritually discerned. And so you're not going to understand everything in the Bible until you get saved. And so if we can just get you believing the right things about Jesus and the death, burial, and resurrection, then you can go to heaven, and you can still believe in your 14 billion year old universe if you want to. So it's all good.
Jenny, I
But
have one more
when it
question.
comes to what was the last thing that you said? Oh, about believing in deity and not being sure about all that, you know, there's when it comes to reading things about Jesus, I would highly recommend that you don't read outside books about Jesus, that you just get all your information about Jesus from the Bible, and as people who are regulars know, the King James Bible, because that is the best Bible in the English language.
So not
I'm
the
glad you
Greek
said
Bible, who was actually written at the contemporaries of Jesus, not the Aramaic texts, just the King James, right? That's the only one that's important.
Well, this is a question that brings me to my question, though. Actually, not to cut you off, but if the Bible setting, it was somewhere like in the middle of Africa, right? Is that correct for the setting?
Yeah, it was. It took place, between Israel and Asia Minor, different, all over that kind of
Okay,
area.
awesome. So then, like, we have like names and words of origins, right? We all believe in that. We can agree.
Origins of what?
Of names.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, awesome. So I want to know if the setting was like in that, Asia type of situation, then how is it that the names of Jesus' homeboys are all European names like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John?
No,
How
those
is
are
that
translations.
possible?
Those are not the real names.
Oh,
Those are translations. Like Jesus wasn't called Jesus; it was called Yeshua. Judah. Sorry, what's his name? Judas was oh man, what was it? Yahuda. These are
why
the J's are not J's. This is an English translation.
right. So that would make me think that then that's a plot for the English to take control if they put themselves in the Bible. Because where's the Spanish translation and
But
the
the
Zimbabwe
Spanish, the English
translation
translations,
and all
all these are later translations. Actually, the most accurate Bibles or the most closest ones were either in Greek, Hebrew. I think some of the oldest ones are in Ethiopia. And I mean, if you want to find real Bibles, you should be looking at Egypt. You should be looking at the Coptics of the Egypts. You should be looking at the Ethiopians. You should be looking at the Greeks. Those are the ones who were the foundational sort of Bible writers. The rest is all translations of those.
I want to jump in and say, like, he's correct. In my hand, I have a Bible written in 1901. It's 123 years old. It's a King James Bible. I'm working in a museum right now in our archive. Some of the chapters and words in this Bible are completely different to a current Bible today. So I will give some grace to Christianity. I feel like modern interpretations is just a bastardization of, we don't have the original source. So I feel like a lot of agnostic concepts actually align and agree with the original Christian viewpoint. But people, for whatever reason, who have ulterior motives to control others, have taken it, bastardized it, corrupted it, and disseminated it in a way to just maintain power or something.
That definitely happened. I'm gonna tell you what I believe. I believe that there is some type of creator, right, that exists. But what I don't believe is in the Christian God. I don't believe that anybody knows that actual story. And like my man just said, I believe this was the Gutenberg Bible. That's the first one that was mass produced. And for some time, it was the only book in circulation. So that really makes me feel that the reason why they printed that book and put it in circulation and revised it and edited it was simply for control and nothing else.
Jenny, what do you think about that?
Couple things that were mentioned. So yes, the Bible was translated into English out of the original Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, but the name Yeshua is a complete fraud. It makes no appearance in the Bible anywhere. It was cropped up sometime in the 20th century because Jesus's Greek translation of his name would have been Jesus, and instead of Jesus. So the name Yeshua is not legitimate at all, which is extremely important because the Bible says that there is one name given unto men under heaven by which we must be saved. And so if you don't have the name Jesus, you can't get saved. Whether that be in any other language, the Greek or the Hebrew or the Chinese, however Jesus is pronounced in your language, that's what you need to have. So there's that. And then EAE in the comments, he said, what are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John's names in the original Greek? I don't know, because I don't speak those languages. And so that's what I was saying about King James, is that when it comes to English, King James is the best Bible. But there are some people who say that the King James is the best Bible, period, and it supersedes the Greek. I think that's nonsense. I'm an English speaker.
Are you familiar with the Council of Nicaea? Because King James himself, when he hired people to translate the Bible, they had a council where they met to leave certain texts out of the Bible, what we refer to as non-canonical texts. So even the King James Bible, if you were to look at it logically, you cannot trust it because a very powerful king or monarch at the time with ulterior motives set upon himself to, even with the Gutenberg Bible, the guy who translated it, the way the Catholic Church repaid him for his efforts was putting a giant stone on top of him and setting a fire on top of it. They didn't want the populace to know what was in the Latin Bible. And even before that, so how can we trust any of these? I'm not saying that Christianity doesn't have any historical occurrences that are in it, but like I said, how could you trust something that's been corrupted by powerful people? Because if I was to hold a council to say we're leaving this out of the Bible, when inside the Bible itself, it says do not alter any words in it. But the current modern Bible we have is vastly different than if you were transported 1,000 or 1,200 years ago when the first Christians were immigrating out, and before the first Pope of Rome, the first Pope Constantine started, organizing Christianity into an institution. So we don't know what those Christians practiced during that day when Jesus ascended back to heaven. We truly can't know.
Let me read the super chat. Reese with the $2 super chat. You in an archive holding 100-year-old books, put gloves on. Okay. All right.
And I think you're right. And I also think it's a little bit fishy that we're supposed to be the most intelligent form of life on the planet. Is that correct? Okay. So how is it that when cows are made, cows get to cowing, snakes get to snaking, birds get to flying around doing what birds do, but the most intelligent species of life on the earth now needs a book to figure out what they're supposed to be doing?
Okay, well, just to go back to the first point for a second, we can know what the Bible says based off the Textus Receptus, which is just Latin for the received text. And so we have thousands of manuscripts of the Bible. And so what the King James is based off of, which is, the King James was not the first English Bible. There were a few that came before it. And so the King James is just the culmination and the kind of perfection of all the English Bibles that came before it. And so what we can know about the Bible is based off of the mass text, the majority text. And that's why these new Bibles are fake, like the NIV, ESV, New King James, they're all fake because they're not based on the received text. And so any Bible in any language that is not based on the received text is a fake Bible. But there are other Bibles in other languages that are based on the received texts that are legitimate. And if you speak that language primarily, then that should be the Bible that you are using. It doesn't have to be the King James. That's only for English speakers. But to go to your current point about why do humans need books if we're so advanced? Well, animals, the animals are basically like AI. And so they just do stuff that they're programmed to do, and they just live their life, and they're like glorified robots. But humans, we have souls, and what we do as we live matters infinitely, because we're either going to go to heaven or hell. And so God isn't just going to leave us up to our own devices. He's going to so graciously give us the directions on how to not just live our physical carnal lives, but how to get to heaven and have eternal life. And so that's why God gives us instructions and not animals.
All right, real quick. I got to read the super chat real quick. $5 super chat from Reese. I think as humans, we want to believe there is a God because the reality that we all just came from primates in life has no meaning is depressing. Guys, we gotta use punctuation. Guys, I want to move on to the next topic real quick because this is going on a bit too long. Ryan, what was your question? You about to ask a question real quick? I want to move on to
My last thing was I was raised in rural Kentucky. In some parts of my life, I lived on a farm. And I have many memories of being around animals. Like, for example, during my childhood, I lived on a cattle farm. So the landlord would come every so and so, and he would take newborn calves to market to sell them. Plenty of times, a newborn calf would be put on a trailer, and he'd never come back. And the mother cow would, for days, walk around mooing, obviously looking for her child. You got different dogs that show, I know this dog, I shouldn't open the door because he's going to run up the street and get hit by a truck. And this dog is smart enough to know how to open the gate and close it behind them. So it's just like for us to say that animals don't have a capacity for individuality and personality is just like hubris. Like octopuses have been known to exhibit problem-solving skills. You can actually learn the different phonetic phrases that a crow says and attribute it to food, danger, predators. And people are on record, scientists communicating with crows, that you have to have some level of intelligence. You're not just acting purely off instinct. So I just think that some of these Christian concepts that we are wholly the sole arbiters of truth when it comes to souls and personalities, that's something that's been corrupted, in my belief, from original Christianity, if it was ever practiced.
Zig with the $5 super chat. The Greys, the Pleiadians, and the Reptilians each control one of the three Abrahamic religions. Hafiz, go ahead, and I want to go to the next topic.
Yeah. I just want to say, look, I mean, of course, Jenny is a lovely, lovely person, and she, for the lack of a better word, a little bit crazy, a little bit unhinged, and she believes this stuff like as if it's real. The fact is that if you actually, I mean, I'm not even talking about cows and dogs. If you look at orca whales, if you look at dolphins, they created a keyboard for dolphins to talk to their trainers in English. They put their snout into different holes, and and the holes produce sounds. I like this. I want that. I want that. And they were talking to their trainers in English. Animals have a tremendous capacity for self-awareness. A lot of them, not all of them. Like dolphins can literally recognize themselves in mirrors. They check themselves out in a mirror like a human does. Orca whales do the same thing. To say that these are just running on autopilot or some kind of instinct is fundamental. It is absolutely objectively false. It has been shown that a lot of different animals have a lot of different capacities for empathy, for understanding, for mourning their dead. Zebras mourn their dead. Elephants mourn their dead for days on end. It's been shown. In fact, elephants sometimes come back after they migrate to a place where one of their elders or one of their family members died. These have been documented for years. Yeah. We know animals are not just hollowed out, some kind of robotic creatures that are running around on AI or on pre-recorded sort of software. No, they're very intelligent, very complex creatures. And to be honest with you, sometimes when I listen to vegans and they talk about how we're killing sentient creatures, I can empathize with that perspective, although I love cheeseburgers, but I can empathize with their position that we do kill sentient beings to eat. But that is the way it is.
The bottom line is that God did not make man. Man made God. Man came up with the idea of God. Man sat around pontificating and pondering about what could have been and how we got here, and they came up with the whole concepts, all these concepts, and put them to paper and used them.
Yeah. All right, guys, I gotta get to the next topic real quick. What's her? Oh my God, Jesus Christ! I don't know what's wrong with me today. Oh, holy smokes! Laken Riley, young girl jogging, was killed by an illegal immigrant on her jog. I haven't jogged in a couple of months, 6 months, but me being a man, and particularly an ugly man, I don't have to worry about these things. But this is absolutely a tragedy, and I want to know, Hafiz, you being a person from the UK, why hasn't our commander in chief nor the rest of the White House tweeted or made any comments about this poor girl being killed by an illegal? Because this is their fault. But they had all types of tweets for a dope fiend, and we know who we're talking about. We tweets and march and protest for a crackhead, George Floyd. Go ahead, Hafiz.
Man, this is because it's devastating. It's an election year, dude. I told you, this is devastating to their agenda. They can't really do this. It's sickening, actually. It is absolutely sickening when a dope fiend like George Floyd gets murals and statues and billions of dollars donated to his cause, and yet innocent, really truly people who's raising. Where's the GoFundMe for this girl? What's happening? Who's funding her funeral? Who's funding her family to make sure that they can afford to bury this poor girl? Even what's going? Not a single. This is sickening. This is sickening that drug addicts and drug dealers and those who are running away from police officers and get shot in the back because or they get shot because they're trying to reach for a police officer's gun, they get billions of dollars raised in their name. They get murals and statues, and innocent people die, and these people clam up. It's utterly sickening. It's despicable, really. It's shameful.
Jenny, what did you think about Laken Riley and her death by this illegal? Is this a one-off, or is this a problem? There are a lot of people who can argue that these people, to be honest with you, just a few centuries ago were sacrificing each other. These people were the Aztecs. Do they still have that genetics, or is this just a one-off? And also talk about the illegal problem too. Go ahead.
I think that all humans who are uneducated and uncivilized revert back to those basal carnal desires of violence. And so their ancestors, back when they were Aztecs, they were ignorant people, and that's why they were violent. And a lot of people who are coming here today, they're ignorant, and that's why they're violent. But any Hispanic person that wanted to rise above and act civilized and not like a barbarian, they would be just as civilized as anybody else. And so there's that. But I keep telling you, CT, I don't keep up with the news. You are my news hour. So I only saw one thing about this so far on Twitter, which goes back to what Fez was saying, where it was some guy saying like, why is no one setting up a GoFundMe? Why is no one protesting in the streets for her like they did George Floyd?
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
And then some black person, they quote tweeted it and they said, okay, well, why don't you do it? And so I think that is a good point, is that, black people have been so successfully brainwashed and are so ignorant and just completely fell head over heels for this George Floyd story that we did take to the streets and we gave our own money. And so, the same people who can say, where's the protest and where's the GoFundMe for Lakely, was that her name?
Lakely, yep.
Lakely. And
Laken.
Laken.
Yeah, Laken.
So the same people who say, where's the FundMe for her and where's the marches for her, we have to go out and start it organically, because that's the same way that the George Floyd things, that just the mindless hordes of pro-blackly black, foolish black people who don't have jobs took to the streets and made it happen. And so if we want to see change happen, then we can go out and take to the streets and we can give our money and we can make our own murals for her.
Yeah. Speaking of Hispanics that rose above, Jenny, do you know this particular Hispanic right here who came to America and rose above?
That's Scarface?
Yeah, that's Tony Montana. Jenny, I want you to, I don't know if you got some time, but I want you to say, because I got to ask you a question about Winsome Sears in a minute. King Spark, what do you think about all this illegal, like all these illegals Are they causing a problem? It's about 50 million of them probably in the country. Are we going to see more deaths of beautiful white women at the hands of one of these illegal barbarians? Keep it real. Keep it real.
It's very possible,
Mm,
and I think it is a problem. But the
yeah.
reason why you're not going to hear no uproar and all of that is because they identify Hispanic people, or most Hispanic people identify as white people. So essentially, it's white on white crime, and nobody wants to
Yeah.
hear about that.
Yeah,
That's
that was a big
that's not
debate
the
about that.
story.
Yeah, that was a big debate about that guy who, not unfortunately, but that was a debate about that guy who killed Laken, and her case is unfortunate. I don't want to say he was an unfortunate, but uh, there were people on Twitter that were angry that they listed him as white, and I'm like, if he were walking down the street, if I went to a pizza spot and he was in there making a pizza, I would think he was just an Italian or something. He looks like a white person to me. But yeah, go ahead, sir. You got the floor. So you're saying that that's the problem? Go ahead.
That's why you're not gonna get. That's why
You're real.
it's no needs.
Yeah.
They can't spin it, and they can't use it. But
Yeah.
the guy that people love to hate wanted to build a wall, and I say build a wall. Now I'm not saying the wall can't have doors and checkpoints, and you can't come through if you somewhere are able to identify yourself or whatever the case may be. But just having an open border, we're opening ourselves up to a lot of different things. We're making ourselves susceptible to a lot of different people,
Yeah.
foreign enemies, and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. Now here goes MD, and again, improper grammar. There is black Hispanics. No. We're not doing that convenience of arguments. No, there are no black Hispanics. By their own word, out of their own mouths, they don't claim blackness, especially the Dominicans. Me no black. The only Hispanics that claim to be black, and these people are white, are Puerto Ricans. I went to school with people who look like Hafiz talking about they were black. I said, you Puerto Ricans kill me with that. But those are the only Hispanics that I know who claim to be black. Other than that, Hispanics do not claim to be black. So don't do that. Not today. Just like yesterday, the murderer of Laken Riley, and I could put him on screen. And I don't know if you've seen him, King Spark, but here, where did it go? Right here.
This is the weird thing. In Europe, we don't
That's a white guy to me. Go ahead.
In Europe, we don't consider Spanish or the Portuguese to be non-white. Italians are not non-white. Italians are closer to Asia than Spanish people are, and we don't consider any of them to be non-white. They're all white.
Yeah.
I just don't get how you guys in South Americans, you consider South Americans not to be white. They're white.
It's a matter of convenience. They're white when they want to be white. They're white when one of them are famous, but all of a sudden now this guy isn't white. He's a mestizo or some bullshit that they're making up now. A mestizo or whatever the original people there were. And I'm like, no, if that guy was working in a pizza spot in Jersey, I would think that he was an Italian, to be honest with you, Greek or something, you know?
These people are just white. I mean, look, Brazilians, I'll give it to them. Brazilians have a bit of a mixed bag there.
A lot of Brazilians. Yeah, Brazil is the only place in the Latin hemisphere where you have a large population of African culture.
Yeah, there's a big mix. Argentinians, they're white.
Also Panama. Too.
Don't forget Panama.
Yeah,
my dad's Panamanian. He looked like me.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, maybe some of those, maybe the islanders, you got the Polynesians and those types, but most of these people, like the Chileans and they're just white Spanish looking people.
Exactly. Let's keep it real. Ron, what do you have to say about the illegal immigrants in this country? I know you being in Kentucky, you don't have to worry about it, but if you saw some illegals, would you do a Karen and call ICE? Keep it real.
No, a large portion of my family are undocumented. My sister's married to a guy from Veracruz, Mexico. He's illegal. But what I think the bigger picture that's going on is this is an election year. And for example, the geographic origin of the migrant is relevant to how you're going to contextualize it. Like, for example, in South America.
Wait a minute. Let's not pretend like that didn't just happen.
What?
How many illegals are in your family?
Shoot, about half of them.
Where are they from?
Some are from Veracruz, which is southern region of Mexico. Some are from around the border area. For example, the Tijuana area.
And these are illegals in your family. How did these
Yeah, I've been living here before all of this was the topic of the news. They've been living here 10, 15 years. Yeah, my nieces and nephews, they speak Spanish. I speak Spanish to an extent. But this is what they are saying. What's happening if you like, for example, in El Salvador, I believe that country was plagued with gang crime and cartels.
I've done plenty of stories about Bukele. Great damn president. Yeah.
So other South American countries are following that model, and with the help of NGOs who are funded by God who knows who, what, Soros or whatever, they're shipping the most undesirable people, the gang members, the drug dealers, the traffickers. They're getting rid of them, and they're coming to. They know that the administration here currently. And I feel like there's deeper plans in place why they're working in tandem for this. So for the South American countries, they can get rid of the most violent and degenerate of their society. And then here in the United States, we can bring in these people who are going to be essentially political tools and future useful foot soldiers and whatever agenda they have. And I think one of those is for example, and this is my opinion, the African American population, it has been like the minority. Our political power is something that's been coveted usually by one side because it could swing an election. But we are no longer useful, so they're going to get rid of us. And secondly, if you were to import a group of people with a lower standard of living, for them going in some of these places I visited, I've been in Panama, I've been in Mexico, I've been in Dominican Republic. In some of these places, there's grass growing through the floor of people's living rooms. So for them to come over here and live in a tiny 750 square foot apartment, it's heaven. So these people have a lower standard of living, lower standard of pay. They're just happy to be here. That works for the capitalists, the people in power. So they're hitting multiple things at once for their benefit. It's a slippery slope. If you allow people, hey, if these people are here working and they get a green card, who's to say we can't allow them to vote in local elections? And then from there, who's to say we can't allow them to vote in federal elections? You know, these people are coming. They're not necessarily going to integrate. I can say that confidently because there's people who's been living here for 10 years. They still don't know English. They have their own neighborhoods, their own businesses. They send millions of dollars back home and through remittances, you know?
Yeah,
So
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question real quick. These illegals in your family, what are their names real quick? Their first and last names, and where do they live?
Good one.
Okay.
You know, that's the problem though with our political landscape in America though, is that they split white folks up with Republican, Democrat, conservative, blase squaze, but then when it gets to black people, they just clump everybody together. Now it's just black people and the black vote. And that's a problem because all black people don't think alike. And all black people don't like all black people. So they need to figure out a different way. And it's kind of like a slap in the face to group us all in together. And say, well, all y'all got to vote together. Well, who's it going to be, black people? Instead of realizing that black people, we have our own minds as well.
Thank you, Slick Rick, for the cash app. Reese, real quick, man, what say you about this? And I want to get to the next topic and then get up out of here. Reese, thank you so much, Ron. Reese, you there? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm here.
What say you about this beautiful white girl, this angel, young girl, 22 years old, nursing student, killed by some illegal? And why isn't Biden talking about it?
I mean, people kill people. It don't matter if you're illegal, legal. No matter if you're from Mexico, Kansas. People kill people. It has nothing to do with you being illegal or not.
Okay, and that's what you would tell that beautiful white girl's family that have been in America possibly for 200 years. That's what you would tell her.
I don't give a damn if she's been there for 2,000 years. People kill people. That's just human nature. It don't got nothing to do with you being illegal or not. That got nothing to do with it. Nothing to
So
do with
it's,
it.
it's perfectly fine for illegals to kill American citizens.
You got it. Hey, everybody's different. Not all illegals are just here to terrorize people. Some people just come here for better lives,
But I'm
to
talking about
to,
that
to better their
illegal.
family.
Uh-huh. So Biden doesn't have to speak out against that, right? He doesn't have to do a
I mean,
tweet
you have
about
to
it.
vet people. You have to make sure you don't have
Yeah.
serial killers and rapists come in, obviously, but
Clearly, we
you
have
can't just
those right now.
can't paint a brush over every illegal immigrant.
Yeah, but illegals shouldn't be here in the first place. That's the whole thing. They shouldn't be here in the first place.
I mean, this country was built off immigrants, so it's like, why
It was
don't you
built off
deport
of
all those
immigrants, or was
Italians
it
and
built off
Irish
of
that
legal
came in?
immigrants?
All the Italians and Irish that came in the 20s. Why don't you deport all of them?
They came here
Hey,
legally.
CP,
They came here legally.
CP, wouldn't you argue that some of the people that we create on our own home soil should be illegal? The way that they act, the way their culture is, how they behave. Some of our own people should be considered
No,
illegal
but they're
if they are
no.
surviving.
Regardless of how so many black people act in the country, they're still American. The fact of the matter is that this man was here illegally. He wasn't here,
Right.
and he committed a murder that could, but that would not have happened
If
if
he
we
wasn't
had a
here,
goddamn
period.
southern
See,
border.
CT, let me say something.
No, let me
What you
say
said,
something
what you
first.
said
Let me
was
say
a
something
lie
first.
because
Let me
this.
say something first. Let me say
Okay.
something first. If we had a southern border, that poor little white blue-eyed girl would not be dead. That's the whole thing. Because we have an inept administration, an old fool, a drunk black woman or Indian, whatever she wants to be. We don't have a Secretary of Defense. We have a weak military now, and they refuse to close the border. So this beautiful white girl going out on her jog was killed by somebody that should not have been here in the first place. Now, if it had been an American, that's just crime. But this is more than crime here. This is the result of a bad administration. Reese, go ahead. Now,
But CT, let me say something real quick because I gotta leave.
Yes, sir.
What you said was a lie. Caribbean Hispanics, like Cubans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, they claim black ancestry, so that's a lie.
Sir,
That's
let's
a lie.
talk about what we're talking about now, about the white girl dying.
I just had to say that because what you said before was a bunch of bullshit.
Okay. Do you? Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Winsome Sears, you talking about her? She's Jamaican.
No,
she's an immigrant.
Sir, can we? What is this in? Why,
no, because I had to leave, and you were just saying a whole bunch of stuff.
Why, Hafiz, you there?
Yeah, I'm
Let me
here.
ask you a question, sir. It's probably gonna be uncomfortable. Why can't black men stay on goddamn topic? What is it? Why is it so hard for black men to stay on goddamn topic?
Hey man, I'm just a sand dune camel jockey guy. I don't know.
All right, I just say that. All right, I'm out.
Reese,
right,
no, Reese. Just Reese. Just stick to what happened with the guy and the girl. What does
I already
this have to
told
do-
you it had nothing to do with him being illegal. That has nothing to do with that.
Okay, but don't you
Because
feel
he
as
killed
though
her, then every illegal immigrant is bad? That's what you're saying?
No, but don't you feel as though her death would not have happened had we had a border?
I mean, we do have a border. It takes like 50 million years. All right, I'm out.
Thanks, man. Thanks, guys. This is why sometimes I just want to identify as Japanese. It's like Negroes have it's like a fly brain. Thanks, Reese, for the super chat too. By the way, man. Calvin, what say you about
this? Me.
What say you about the illegal killing that poor, beautiful white angel and the Biden administration not saying anything about that particular case? But the same president, when he was president, I think he was president at the time, or he had 50 different tweets about George Floyd. Why doesn't he have a tweet about this beautiful angel who was on her run, who was unalived by this illegal? Go ahead.
Well, to compare her death to George Floyd, not to diminish her death, I think it hit differently culturally. So that's why I guess her death wasn't so much highlighted. It deserves recognition, definitely, because number one, yeah, he wasn't illegal. He shouldn't have been here. And I did read somewhere where he had other incidents and he was let go. So how they collect and how they document and tag people once they enter the system is very interesting, because I don't know if they should automatically be deported or whatever the case. But you know, there are gaps within our system we definitely need to work on and get things resolved. So yeah, we definitely need to hold Biden to the account, administration to the account, as well as we need to also, I would say at this point in time, we do have border control that's out there. We definitely need the Republicans at this point in time to come so we can address this issue.
Thank you, sir. I think this is the first time me and you haven't clashed on an answer. Thank you so much, sir. Any other things you want to discuss before we get to the Winsome Sears?
Oh no! Just point out that we have an opportunity to address the border control situation. So we'll hold the Democrats to task as long as, and hopefully you guys will do that with the Republicans, because we shouldn't be just holding out the Bidens. We should be calling out Mike, the Speaker of the House, and in the Senate for them holding up this game for us.
Okay.
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 That's
Anybody
all.
else want to? Okay. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to talk about the girl, or we can move on to the next topic? Jenny, are you familiar with Winsome Sears? Jenny, you're on mute. You're on mute, Jenny. I can't hear you. Jenny?
Oh.
Yeah,
Can you hear me
now
now?
you can hear. I can hear you now. Go ahead. Are you familiar with Winsome Sears?
Oh, okay. Yes, she's actually my VG. She's the vice governor of Virginia. That's where I am.
Yeah, Lieutenant Governor. Yep. I never heard the term vice for governor. I'm gonna start using that, vice governor. Did you hear about what she did to your one of your? I don't know if this the queer Democrat, is he a Democrat? The queer. Did you hear about what happened? The senator from your state.
Mm-mm.
There's a
No, enlighten me.
transgender state senator. You know, you guys have about 40 something senators. There's a transgender state senator, and Winsome is the president of the Senate, the state Senate, right? Virginia Senate, when she's in chamber. So, you know, they're conducting, you know, they're talking about the particulars of a particular bill and how to vote on it. And Winsome, calls the senator sir, but the senator's a trans woman. And then the guy walked out. So I wanted you to, talk about this because you have a lot of opinions about that particular community. Here, let's play it real quick.
Senator from purpose is the senator from Prince William rise.
Madam President, rise for parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may state it.
Madam President, how many votes will be what it takes?
Does the senator from Prince William rise?
Madam President, rise for parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may state it.
Madam President, how many votes will be what it take to pass this bill with the emergency clause?
That would be 4/5, Senator.
And what would be the exact number for that, Madam President?
Yes, sir. That would be 32.
Here. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That would be 32.
Would be the exact number for that, Madam President?
Yes, sir. That would be 32. The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
It's 39, no, 0.
Ayes 39, no, 0. The bill passes. Senator Saravel, for what purpose does the senator rise?
I'd ask that we take a recess for 5 minutes.
Without objection, the House stands at recess for 5 minutes. Our Senate stands at recess, this esteemed body, for 5 minutes.
A few moments later.
That I said something that upset Senator Rome. Let it be known, I am not here to upset anyone. I am here to do the job that the people of Virginia have called me to do, and that is to treat everyone with respect and dignity. I myself have at times not been afforded that same respect and dignity. But in this body, and as long as I am president of the Senate And by the grace of God, I will be treated with respect and dignity, and I will treat everyone else with respect and dignity. I have called people not by their names, but by everyone else's names. Indeed, I have just put the Senate at ease in the name of the House. It is never my intention to make anyone offended, and I hope that others would consider that they would try not to offend me as well. We are all equal under the law. And so I apologize.
So Jenny Winsome Sears, you know, she did apologize, but would you, Jenny, had apologized to Senator Danica Nut Wrong, even though that's a dude? Go ahead.
Oh, of course not. I mean, now I wish you hadn't even sent it to me, because I hate when conservatives and people on the right, they do something good and then they completely poo-poo on it by backtracking and trying to concede to these people. And it's like, you called him a sir because he is a sir. I mean, he's lucky you didn't call him an it, since he doesn't want to be a man or a woman. I mean, I have no respect for these people. The fact that she went up there and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend anybody. The people in Virginia want me to show respect to everybody." No, this person in Virginia doesn't want you to show respect to everybody. That thing is a devil. It's a pervert. It probably has child images on its laptop and on its cell phone. And first off, it shouldn't even be allowed in that honorary room. It should be kicked out. It should be put in a wood chipper. I mean, the fact that she just backpedaled and it made it, you should have just called it she. You should have just left it alone from the beginning. If you weren't going to stand on it, if you weren't going to go full throttle with it, you should have just left it alone. Because to say it and then backpedal, because she knew what she was doing. She intentionally called it.
I don't think she did. I think it was a complete mistake. She just said "sir" because that's, that was in her head, and then afterwards, like, I mean, it's a dude. Dude looks like a lady.
But he called himself a trans woman, and so if you call yourself a trans woman, that just equals man.
I mean, the thing is, I think she hammed it up a little bit with the apology.
Would you say, Rafiz? Go ahead, sir.
The speaker or the president of the Senate hammed it up.
Governor,
a little bit too much. Like, you could look. I made a mistake. I referred to the honorable lady as a sir. I apologize. There was no no offense was intended. And that is it. We said we get on with our lives. She was like, and then some people have also said bad things to me. I have been offended too. Blah blah. For the love of God, lady, you're hamming this up way too much.
Yeah. So Jenny, you definitely would not have conceded, huh?
It's despicable. I mean, thankfully I'm not around these people very often at all. Being that I don't have a traditional job, I can pretty much control who I'm around. And if I see one of these people, I try not to be around them, because I don't even want to look at it. I mean, it's molesting my eyes even to have to see it and to be around it.
And you said you've turned down app requests for like dog watching, right? Because of these people, right?
Yeah, I got kicked off of Rover. Last time when you were just mentioning me in passing about making income through the internet, that's why I'm not on Rover anymore, because I got kicked off because I refused to service a lesbian. But I'd do it again because I'm not interested in placating to the children of the devil.
Jenny, could you pass me the because I would like to service a lesbian. So I'm happy to service a lesbian if I may. Just pass me the details.
Jenny, real quick. So let's do a run through. You're I think in Virginia you could be 30 to run for governor. You run for governor at 30, you win, Jenny. You become governor. And there's another queer that becomes senator. Is one of 40 something. And that person was from something called damn, I just had it too. Senator Rome represents what district? Excuse me for a second, guys. I'm gonna respectfully call this thing the senator because it did get elected. Senator Rome is she's a member of the Virginia Senate from the 30th district. Jenny, are you familiar with the 30th district?
I don't think so. That must be Northern Virginia.
Potomac River, Arlington County. I don't know.
Oh, I'm familiar with Arlington. That's where the military funeral cemetery is.
Okay. So yeah, Jenny, you become lieutenant governor or even governor. Let's go for the gut. So you become governor and you accidentally call one of the senators that's a trans sir, and they say, Jenny, are you gonna apologize? And they got the microphone in your face. Everybody's around. What does Jenny do?
I would say hell no, because I don't apologize to devils. If being that I was governor, I mean, because they would already know by my stance, how I felt about these people, because I would kick all of them out, just like how Trump did. He kicked all the queers, well, not all the queers, but all the trannies.
Northern Virginia, and it is Northern Virginia too, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah. He kicked all the trannies out of the military. That was one of the best things that he did, aside from appointing justices that got rid of Roe versus Wade.
Yeah.
And so I would kick all of them out of the government in Virginia's local government.
I don't even know if that's legal, but go ahead. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be, but I would try at least. I would make that promise to my constituents, and I said no more homos are going to be legislating and making laws.
That's your campaign. No, let her finish, King. So that's your campaign. Come on, keep it coming.
Yeah, I mean that would be something that would be a part of my platform. Is that we're gonna get? I mean, like imagine you're going to court and a judge is a homo. That guy is gonna legislate to me what's right and what's wrong. I mean, he's a bunch packer. And this guy's gonna try to tell me what's right. And so
I never thought about that before. Wow.
And so I'm going to stand on that for my constituents, and I'm going to say we're going to get rid of all these people. We're going to break out the raid and get rid of all these roaches that have infested our government. And we can't have control over the whole country, sadly, but we can make Virginia homo free.
Jenny, this is really weird for me to say this. It's really weird for me to say this. I didn't have a problem with gays until gays started enforcing their will upon us. Like all that, you got to call me this. You gotta, we have a right to be around kids. Because like I said, when I went to school, it wasn't really any gay people at all. But the gay people we knew, it was like, oh, the dude is just gay. They don't care. But now it's become a problem. So, Jenny, am I a part of the problem? Jenny?
Chaotic. Just before Jenny goes, it was Dave Chappelle who said it. He says, the gays, they were all good. It was the L and the G were fine. It's the T's that are messing up the whole thing for the L's and the G's too.
So Jenny, you am I too tolerant? Am I too tolerant of gays?
You are, CT.
I never thought. Listen, my neighbors. When I was a kid, I had a lot of gay. My parents live in a very liberal area, and there was a lot of gay couples, lesbian couples, and I never thought about it. Now I will admit. How like sometimes people in the neighborhood can tell kids what to do. I was like, I wish those homos would say something to me, man. And it was just, but what it is, that it's something deep down inside that lets me know that you don't have a moral standing to tell me anything.
Exactly. And that goes back to our original conversation about how the just looking at the beautifulness of nature and the sky and looking at the stars, it tells you that there has to be a creator. And
are cockroaches beautiful to you? Keep it real. Are bats beautiful to you?
They're not beautiful, but they are useful. They serve a purpose in the ecosystem.
Okay.
But homos do not. Okay. They are just a waste of space.
Portia, if you're watching, can you clip that part? That was absolutely funny what she just said. Okay, all right. King Spark, what say you, man? What say you about Winsome Sear? She is a Jamaican woman, so they don't really play that anyway. And I don't know whether it was on purpose or not. Maybe it was a fraudulent slip, but she certainly knows who that man is. Do you think that she should have apologized? Keep it real.
In this climate, I'm gonna say yes. He should have apologized, because if you really think about it, she's not offending. She is offending the trans person, but you gotta ask yourself, whose idea was it to let all the trans into the government and all of this and all of that?
It was the Democrats.
Right? The answer is it was a Democrat, but it was another man, older, possibly white, that likes that. And the
Yeah.
government, this might be a newsflash, but the government is full of them.
But it wasn't the Republicans, and Winston, well, she's a
It
Republican.
wasn't. It
So
wasn't, but
yeah,
I don't think that matters in this climate. It doesn't really matter. In that room right there, right? It's still, she's in Virginia, right? She was elected in Virginia. So the trans person has dealings through the
Mhm.
Virginia government.
Yeah.
Period.
Okay.
That's why it made it acceptable, and that's just what it is right now. You can't really do nothing. My
Mm,
deal is that my deal is that I understand about the hate, like the hate that certain lifestyles get, but my deal is also that I don't think it's anybody's business. I don't like it as a platform per se, because what you do with another grown person late at night in your
yeah.
apartment or house,
Yeah.
that's your goddamn business. You don't need to know. I don't need to know. However y'all did it, how you did it, who was on top, who was on bottom. That is your business. I don't need to know that. I don't need to know. So I think it should be something that we should probably talk about less, because that's its only distinction. The
Yeah.
only distinction is what type of sex you have.
Yeah.
Because gay, trans, lesbian, whatever, they all eat fried chicken, they all drink Kool-Aid, they all ride bicycles, they all spend their money like so. The only distinction is literally who you having sex with. That's kind
Yeah.
of a, I think it's a kind of a shallow platform for us to be giving so much attention to, in
You
my
see,
opinion.
the thing is, King, it was fine with gays and lesbians because gays are men on the outside. They walk around the streets. They're blokes. They go in their house and they do whatever they do in their house and in their bedroom, and nobody knows and nobody cares. It's the same with lesbians. Mostly, they dress like women. They look like women. They act like women, and they just do their thing at home. It's the tease, because the tease, it's not enough for them to do whatever it is that they do outside in their own home. They have to walk around the world as this thing that is definitely not the thing. It's essentially it's a man in a dress, and they are deluded
Yeah.
themselves in order to think that they're a woman, but it's not enough for them to delude themselves that they're a woman. They now have to delude you. You now have to share in their delusion.
Yeah.
They're
That's the
insisting
problem.
that it's exactly there's an episode of Star Trek where the Kardashian tries to make Picard see 5 lights when
Yeah.
there are only 4
Yeah.
lights.
Yeah. Chain of
That's what
command. Chain of command. Great
exactly.
2-part
Great
series.
episode.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and that is what it is. They want you to see 5 lights when there's only 4 lights. That's why on my tweets, every time one of these trans testicle conversations comes up, I just put that meme. There is only 4 lights,
Yeah.
because I see a man in front of me, and you cannot make me see a woman, no matter how much you think I have to share in your delusion. I
Yeah.
see a man. I know you're a man.
Yeah.
You know you're a man, and we all know that that you know you're a man.
Yeah.
And I'll call you whatever you want. I'll call you Bob. I'll call you Malcolm X. I'll call you Ice Cube and Ice T and whatever nicknames or whatever things you want. People call themselves all sorts of crazy things.
Yeah.
But you know you're a man, and I know you're a man, and you will never be anything else.
Bob, what say you about Winsome Sears? Thank you so much, Afeez. Winsome Sears.
You know, she said what she said. I can see Jenny's going for the frontal attack. I think to get rid of people like this, you have to do it quietly and subtly, because they have so much power up front. Now, if I would have said what I said, I wouldn't apologize, because some people can't handle apology. As crazy as it sounds, even if you're wrong, some people can't handle apology, and that just emboldens them. So no, I wouldn't apologize.
Yeah.
I will say this though, that the trans gay thing and all that stuff, they're all related. I wouldn't separate gays from trans any more than I would say a person who's driving on the shoulder of the road and a person driving in the bushes. Both of those are not driving in the road where they should be. The shoulder is a little bit better than the woods, but they're both not where they should be. So I wrap them up all into one. But you can't never ever apologize to the left, even if you're wrong. Never apologize. They're not mentally mature enough to handle it.
Would you say, Bob?
I said they're just not mature enough to handle it.
Yeah.
The whole gay thing wouldn't have started if we didn't have feminism first. So I see homosexuality and all this stuff as an outgrowth of feminism. Until you attack that, the fruits of feminism are always going to come out.
But one thing I would say, Bob, and this is something that's been kind of niggling at me, because as everyone knows, I'm an outward atheist. I'm not a believer of these things, but my fundamental moral standards are: I'm all right if you're all right. You do you, I do me. I'm not interested in your life. You don't get involved in my life. That is my fundamental basis for interacting with other human beings. Is I'm not up in your business. Just don't be up in my business.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, with that basis, I cannot fundamentally critique or say that it is wrong to be homosexual, that it is wrong to be trans, because I'm all about you do you, I do me. Only a Christian, only someone with a religious foundation can actually have that basis to say, I don't think what you're doing is fundamentally wrong. It's, from my perspective, is objectively wrong. Because from an atheistic non-believer point of view, it's not objectively wrong to be gay. It's not really. I don't have that foundation to condemn someone to be gay or straight or to be trans, because I don't have that foundation. But a Christian does, and that is why religious people are the only ones who can hold this ground. I can't.
Fez, let's take gay people out. You're in an apartment complex and your neighbor's a pyromaniac. Now, what they do in the privacy of their own home is their own home, correct? But you also know that if they light a fire and it gets out of control, you're going to be affected.
Yeah, but I can't break down their door and say stop lighting that cigarette.
Right, but you can also say we don't allow pyromaniacs here.
Well, yeah, to some extent, but you see, the problem is, again, as long as that the whatever they burn in their own flat doesn't reach my apartment, I can't really. I mean, I can you stop someone from I don't know, lighting up a stove in their own flat? As long as it doesn't reach yours, or it doesn't set alight everything else, then you have to say you can do you.
As a pyromaniac and not someone who lights up their stove.
But that's what I mean. If they're going to burn up the building, sure.
If you see,
that's why it's not a good example, because what they're doing in the privacy of their home, in this case, which is having sex with each other, can't light the other apartment on fire. Like it's not
equivalent.
It's not a good analogy.
It really is, because as a society that says this is acceptable, then they gain more and more and more footholds into the mainstream until it's difficult to get them out. So they may individually not be a problem, but when they go outside, and what things are they controlling that you now have to bend towards? Now, if you didn't allow them in the first place, you wouldn't simply have this problem.
But Bob, what I'm trying to convey is that you need to have an ideological foothold and an ideological foundation to be able to actually critique certain things from a certain perspective. I don't think a non-religious, a God-believing or a theistic foundation is sufficient to be able to really stand against these movements. I think the only people that can is the religious. Is people who have that religious foundation.
I agree with you. What we as Christians call sin can very well be said is disorder. It's not normal.
Yeah.
Homosexuality is not normal. Now, I'll call it a sin, but I wouldn't argue sin from a political standpoint. I would argue it's disordered type of thing. Now, you may say, well, the moral objection is only coming from a Christian, but you're still objecting to it, at least on the bounds of it not being normal. and both of us can agree on that.
I can agree that it is on the outside the bounds of normality, but the problem is, from my foundational beliefs, which is because you see, the liberal atheist foundation, moral. Do you know Jonathan Haidt? Do you know his work?
I've heard the name, but
Yeah, I'll try and get you some references. But the thing is, there are moral foundations of Jonathan Haidt, who describes the foundations of the liberal and the atheist mostly is mostly based about on fairness and care, harm, fairness. So those are the sort of moral foundations in which we mostly work off of. We want everybody to have we don't want to cause harm, and we also want to make sure everyone's fair, or being dealt with in a fair way. Those are the foundations in which we work mostly off of these two sort of coordinates, or I can't get the words right. But when it comes to the religious, they have a further two, I think it's three actual foundational bases in which they work off, which is fairness, harm, and authority. And there was two more. I'm sorry. I'm going to try and find them and I actually give you the actual chart that he did. But the fact is that the religious have other foundational bases in which they base their morality ethics on, which is great, which is more than just the two aspects of the liberal, which is harm, care, and fairness and harm. So you don't create these are not sufficient, and so that's why the liberal, the left, the atheist doesn't have the foundational basis to challenge these things that we're talking about. I think the religious is the only category that has these foundations.
Real quick, Bob said, CT, this show has an incredible ability to probe the depths of incoherent thoughts. It's a masterpiece of a show. Thank you so much. All right, guys, I think I'm going to get up out of here, man. This has been it.
That wasn't directed toward Fez. That was directed toward the guy that wouldn't stay on topic.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know.
Yeah, but
sorry.
Any other last
that wasn't for you.
Any last words, guys? I'm going to get up out of here, man. Bob?
Great show as always. I won't prolong it with a.
Yeah. I might do a radio show today. I think.
Please.
I think Ivan might be on to something. He said that he's tired, I guess, of financial gurus online, and should people have high credit scores to give out advice online? Yeah. Thank you so much, Bob. And, Jenny,
I just like to say, man, like the slogan, like we used to say back in the 90s, can we all just get along?
Yeah, that was after he got his ass beat, though. Thank you so much, King Spark. Hafiz, any last words, bro?
Yeah, I just found the Jonathan Haidt's moral foundations. It's harm, fairness, authority, in-group, and purity. These are the things that the conservatives are the foundations of what conservatives actually use. And that is not the only two categories. The foundational categories is harm and fairness is the ones that the liberals use. And that's not enough to build these foundational beliefs that or make these foundational critique of homosexuality, transgenderism, etc., etc. So you need to look at authority, in-group, and purity as the other firing lines. Anyway, I said my brain is all over the place. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jenny. Man. I love you. You're crazy, but I love your craziness. Thank you. Take care. Take care.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. So, Jenny, this has been a great topic. I'm glad you showed up because of the religious aspect of it. Just very interesting to hear from people who are non-believers, and But any words? Any last words? Let me get up out of here. I'm probably gonna do a radio show tonight or come back tomorrow.
Yeah, really great show. And so if anybody, wants to talk more about this kind of stuff, then that's what I talk about on my channel. Let's not hijack CT stream to talk about stuff that we want to talk about. Let's try to keep it on topic. But if you're interested in that, then that's what I talk about on my channel. And to go back to what Hafez was just saying, that if you're a humanist, if you're a secularist, then you really don't have the high the high moral ground to say homosexuality is wrong, because who are you? You know, you guys are on the same playing field. While someone like me, I'm saying that homosexuality is not just wrong, but it's filthy and should be punished by death. But I'm not saying that from my own perspective. I'm saying that because I'm relying what I believe God Almighty has said. And so I'm appealing to a higher authority versus just what I think is gross or whatever. And so, you're not going to have that if you don't believe in any God, because I'm pretty sure, most major religion gods don't believe in that. And so,
if Jesus came back today, what sport would he play real quick? Like what sport would he play?
I don't know, maybe water polo. That's just the first thing that comes to mind.
How tall do you think Jesus was, by the way?
5'9", 5'10".
He probably could play basketball. He'd be really good at it.
Well, that's too short to play basketball.
Well, he's the son of God. I mean, he could just fly through the air. He walked on water, right? Yeah.
That was yes, but he wouldn't do that because he walked on water in front of his closest friends. He wouldn't fly through the air at a basketball game because that would draw too much attention to himself.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Jenny.
My pleasure. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Guys, I'm out of here. Salute. It was a great panel. Great topic for today. I'm glad we didn't talk about blacks all day. Lawrence, Petty Philosophy, John, Bob, Joanna with the super chats. Thank you so much. The Proverbial Beast. Thank you so much for the super chats. Bob was coming through the super chats today. Joanna once again with the super chats. Mr. Speak on it with the super chat. Nav, sir. Thank you so much for the super chats. Ryan with the super chats. Thank you so much. Reese once again. Zig with the super chat. Thank you so much. Guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.
Anyway, and I don't want to maybe choose my words. I was just thinking, anyway, I just, look, I mean,